Okay, thank you. Good morning, El Dorado County. It is March 10th and spring is here. We're still getting used to a time change. I would like to welcome Kira Scharfenberg, who's here with us from the Clerk of the Board's office. She'll be filling in for Ms. Dawson today, and so we're glad to have you. May we please invite Pastor David Cook from Cold Springs Church to join us for the invocation. With us from the Clerk of the Board's office. Morning. Filling in for Ms. Dawson
Good morning,
today.
Board.
So
Thanks for the opportunity to come and to pray
we
today.
please,
I just want
invite
to
Pastor
call out a
David
couple of
Cook from
people,
Cold Springs Church to
friends.
join us for the
Laurel
invocation.
Brentbaum, who is just recently retired, who is either sitting right back there over my shoulder or might be online right now. So, in her great leadership, and then Judge Vicki Ashworth, who is also retiring, who has served this county, both of them, in just extraordinary ways to make us better. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. And if you haven't acknowledged them, encourage you to do so because they've been amazing people. If you would pray with me this morning. Dear Heavenly Father, we are a county that's extraordinarily blessed with so many good things around us. The natural beauty we live amongst is beyond compare. From north to south and east to west, even on a bad commute day, has so many things to see that we should be thankful for. Help us to be truly grateful. And I thank you for the many women and men who have such a commitment to make this county a place where families and businesses and individuals can flourish. I thank you for those who serve in our government throughout the different levels, who come to work each day with a commitment to do their work with integrity, honesty, and faithfulness for the betterment of this county and the people who live in it. And may those who are sitting here in this room and who are joining online, who are in positions of influence and power and leadership, be encouraged and strengthened to continue to serve with integrity and faithfulness. Thank you for the many organizations that serve the needs and best interests of the people of El Dorado County, of CASA and Big Brothers and Big Sisters, Boys and Girls Club, Snowline Hospice, the Chambers of Commerce, Kiwanis and Rotary, Marshall Foundation, El Dorado Community Foundation, our churches, and other houses of faith, our social services organizations serving the least of these and the most vulnerable, and all the other organizations that I didn't mention. I pray for your blessing and provision for each of them. I thank you for our law enforcement and judicial and first responder members who keep us safe and meet us at the times and places where we are usually at our greatest need. Thank you for the leadership over them, and I pray that you would bless them as they protect us. And we pray for our military around the world in an increasingly dangerous and hostile world. I pray for peace, and I pray that our national leaders will have the courage to choose paths of peace over political self-interest. Keep our men and women serving our nation safe and bring them home quickly. May there be peace over their families as they anxiously await their return. Open our eyes to your goodness, the goodness of others, and the blessings we are surrounded by. Help us to be one of those blessings today. I pray these things in the name of Jesus. Amen. Amen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All righty. Madam CAO, are there any changes to the agenda that was posted on March 4th?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. We'll go ahead and move on to approval of the consent calendar. Are there any consent calendar items that my colleagues wish to comment on or pull for discussion? I'll start to my far left. Ms. Parlin.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say, sometimes when we're reading these, it's helpful when there's really detailed staff reports. So I'm just going to call out two of them because I thought they were written in such a way it helped me understand and without really having to think too hard.
Great.
So item 15 is an HHSA item, very good history, why we're doing it, loved it, thank you. And then item 17, the DOT one, had great history on how we got here because sometimes things take so long that we don't know. So I just want to shout out and say thank you. I truly appreciate the history and details when I'm reading these.
That's great. Great comments. Thank you, Ms. Parlin. Mr. Turnbull?
No changes.
Okay. Mr. Vierkamp?
No changes.
All right. And Mr. Ferrero?
No changes, thank you.
Okay. And I have no changes as well. So at this time, we will take public comment on all matters on the consent calendar, including closed session items. Please identify which item or items you will be addressing to the board. To be specific, we'll take comments on closed session items 1 through 3 and consent items 4 through 24. Madam Scharfenberg.
We are now taking public comment specifically on the consent calendar and closed session items. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning comments.
Welcome.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I'm going to start with item number 4, which is specifically, I'm going to speak to the special meeting of February the 25th. It says in here, approve the revised minutes. I wasn't certain what was revised since we don't use any markings to define what that revision might be. But at the same time, I appreciate the fact that there was more clarity to the item that had been on closed session for February the 20th and then subsequently another special meeting on February 25th. It was the reporting out of that item, which allowed me to better understand what that item was about, and also the vote of the board members. Under general government consent items, the first item is your 7%. This is item 5, 7% increase. I would just want you to consider, you can go ahead and approve it, but I would not take the money until your employees' unions have all settled. I realize that is a burden on you, but at the same time, it shows the public and your constituents that you do care about your employees and that you would want to make sure that little condition is put in place. I saw a lot of Facebook postings over this question. I think personally, I think you do deserve the 7%, but under conditions, and the conditions need to be correct. On item number 6, let's buy the house. I mean, we've been renting too long. Here it's another 3 years at the total cost of $515,000. Let's just get the house bought, and it may not be the same house, but if the owner of the house thought that he might lose money now in the future, then certainly having that house purchased, give him the first option to sell it to us. It's kind of trying to see periodically these large blocks of money. And as you know, I'm involved with the Taxpayers Association, and I do look at the agenda every week to make sure that it's consistent with what I believe the taxpayers ought to be doing. Thank you for the time this morning.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public, that would like to address the board at this time? Okay, seeing none, may we go on Zoom, please?
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Hi, good morning, board. Kelly Nelavaya, District 1, El Dorado Hills. Echoing on your discussion on, I believe it's item 3 in your closed session, I am certainly of hopes that the conversation will go back to reverting to what I would call the public participation, not just public comment. In my opinion, it is our right to participate in the conversation. There are conversations today that are very difficult to formulate a thought, perhaps guidance from individuals' experience, perhaps something is clarified that we would change our opinion, or, oh, I hadn't thought about that, which kind of leads me to the item Chris just mentioned on the raise. I, might have had some harsh opinions prior to the conversation. And I listened, and on my own, I kind of, did a little tally of really what's entailed in your job. And the reality is, it really is a full-time job. If you are hopefully doing everything right, you're researching all these consent items, you're having your subcommittees, you're going to public events representing your districts. So as Chris echoed, it is deserved. I think in the future, it would be better to have some kind of, whether it's flat tiered salary where you're not in this awkward position. But again, going to the item of public comment and Mr. Tenenbaum's filing, some of that could have been alleviated by the public being able to participate in the conversation and not speculate on the conversation and the value of the conversation. And personally, I've said it before, it really feels like a slap in the face. It feels like a disregard that we are not part of your role, because you do represent our voices, but we aren't able to use our voices to the fullest extent. So I hope that today's conversation is perhaps leading into a decision that maybe it was a thought that sounded good at the time, but after having to hear about this week after week, and I expect this won't be the first week after week, that maybe we do go back to how it was and engaging each other with that conversation. And that's all I have to say. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from C. McChesney. Can you unmute, please? Can you unmute, please?
Is there another hand raised?
Yes.
Let's go. We'll circle back to Mr. Machesi.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Koshan, Pollock Pines. I'm commenting on first the consent agenda. Number one, you're reopening labor negotiations, and I hope you listen to the voices that affirmed your 7% raise, and tongue-in-cheek, perhaps that would be a good starting point for consideration as you reward our employees for their great work and recognize that the salaries are not competitive. And then also, I do hope that you do focus on the crisis in the dispatch office, which is shared across the country. And it's a downward spiral with folks just having to do incredible work, but understaffed, or having to use deputies who then do overtime. On item 3, it's a minimal requirement that you're meeting in the minutes and all of that. In the disclosure, but I think you need to recognize that you're being spoken to by an organization, not just an individual, and it would be good to reflect that. And then on the consent items, I appreciate the minutes about the special meeting, concerned about another lawsuit, but again, it's very minimal, and we can all look up the court case. And I just think in the interest of transparency in the future, it would be good to list that since it's publicly available. And then item 4, the minutes for 3.3, I think in the interest of transparency and public participation, again, there are tools these days where you can capture our public input. You don't need just our names, that's minimal. Other boards do that. And you could also capture the great input that your staff provided at the hearings, which we couldn't comment on because of the current policy, but at least it would be recorded for those of us that don't kind of watch the videos too much. So those are some thoughts. And then going on, item 11 is a general fund impact of 11K. I feel as a general policy, if there's an impact on the general fund, it should be pulled and discussed publicly. I recall in the last budget hearings, you shared tightening the belt. We have absolutely no money. We cannot run 2 senior centers. We've got to pull back to the building that's aging out in Placerville, and we cannot fund the wagon train. So 11K may not be much in the individual picture, but it certainly is when you're cutting back and tightening your belts. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Morning, everyone. Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. So first, I would say on item 5 regarding the salary increase, just a reminder of a different consideration because you are all elected officials and you only have a limited number of terms that you can do. It's not like you're getting a salary for a career. So just something to consider. I will be interested to see what potentially is proposed as discussed to incorporate you into another working group. But we'll see that in the future. Then on item 16, I had written in yesterday and the DOT had responded. There was a discrepancy between the numbers and the names of the projects that were listed on there. So I guess I'm just curious how that's going to be resolved in the final documentation so it's clear for reference for the future back to the Legistar item. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no more public comment.
Did Mr. Machesi lower his hand?
I don't think he's there.
Okay, all right. Then thank you. We'll bring this item back to the board and I'll ask if staff has anything that they would like to respond to in the public comments, questions.
Madam Chair, I have a couple of comments if that's
Okay,
okay.
great.
I just wanted to note on item number 5 for the Board of Supervisors salary increase, there was a question about the timing with regard to negotiations. So as noted in the staff report in November of 2024, Human Resources did recommend a raise for the Board of Supervisors and you opted at that time to wait until negotiations had concluded. So that had dictated the timing of us bringing us now because we had concluded the negotiation cycle with all the major bargaining units. Also on number 6, pursuant to our strategic plan goal of moving out of leased buildings, we do have plans to move out of that Emerald Bay property. We have purchased the buildings on a different part of Emerald Bay, the former Barton buildings, and so eventually those functions will be moved to those county-owned buildings.
Excellent. All right, I'll bring this item back to the board for action. I'll ask Ms. Scharfenberg if she will read what the action will be.
Before you do that, could
Yep.
we get clarity on how the DOT
Yeah,
change would
item number
be?
6. Yep,
Is that
Ms.
going to
Campbell's question?
Going to get read in, or how does that get corrected?
looks like DOT is here. You just turned it off.
Yeah, hit it red. There you go.
Red's hot.
My name's Adam Bain. I'm with the Department of Transportation. Ms. Campbell sent over her comment. She's correct. There is a line item in our budget transfer. The project number is correct. The project description was faulty. So the project item number is correct. That'll be reflected in the transfer and it shouldn't cause any issues, but we apologize for the clerical error there.
Got it.
So which project number is correct? Because it does list 2.
It is the
correct one is
the
5,008?
It's 9. The project is, apologize, I got notes in a couple of spots. The project that is being changed is from Tong Road up to Bass Lake Road. It's just,
Okay.
and the number is correct. We just had the description incorrect.
Got it.
All right.
Yep, thank you, Ms. Parlin, for bringing that full circle.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bain.
Madam Chair, I'll move consent with a no vote on item 5.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Are you also voting no then, or?
No.
Okay, that, I just want to make sure that that's
Right,
clear.
yeah, that's
I'm like,
confusing.
uh-oh. Got it.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to approve consent with Mr. Veerkamp voting no on item number 5. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion, oops, Ms. Scharfenberg? Ms. Dawson would normally say that motion passes or
Oh, motion passes
Thank you.
4-1
4-1 on item number 5.
on item number 5.
Otherwise, it was unanimous.
Right.
Okay, all right.
Good
We're
times.
cruising now. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to public comment on all other agenda items, excluding, of course, our public hearings. So specifically, we will take public comment on item number 25, 26, and/or 27. Ms. Scharfenberg?
Now taking public comment specifically on all items except public hearings. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain. And again, when your time has ended, we will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand button feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Welcome.
Thank you. Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Thank you for noting which items are at this point. There are 3 regular items this week and 3 hearings. You'll have a hearing at 10 o'clock. Related to item number 26, I noted in the in looking at these board policies that were attached to the item, there were no red lines. There was nothing there that would tell the public what's being proposed. It's because the discussion that you will be having when you hear item 26 is going to be the part where those discussions are, the discussion is going to lead to what is going to be proposed. This item will come back, I assume. It says adopt the item resolution, given authority, execute agreements. Maybe it won't be coming back, but it's hard for the public to know what is being proposed to talk at this point. And this is an item that I would want you to be setting aside like a hearing. So if you had a rule about setting aside items, if there was a situation where it needed to be discussed before the public made comments, then that would be excellent. But that's not the case today. So I don't know what is on your minds. Okay. Sue Phillips. I had somebody call me and said, "Who's Sue Phillips?" And I go, oh, gosh, didn't you hear? That's Sue Henneke. And most people know her as Sue Henneke, but I just wanted everybody, the public, to know that I've known her for years. She's come up through the ranks of, and I say that in a positive way, ranks, to this position where you're offering this job. Crazy, huh? How we could be here at this point in time. But anyway, related to taking this action, I support it. You knew I would. And thank you also for commenting on my items earlier. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Joe Harn,
Yep.
Cameron Park and Bookkeeping Department. Yeah, I support the hiring of the CAO, so I support that item. I believe now's the time to comment on the DOT's modification to the CIP. I would hope somebody would ask DOT, especially with this application for Costco, you know, when's White Rock Road going to be widened from the interchange to Latrobe Road, whatever, I think it's to Post.
Vine.
But Vine. There's already, I'd say, a lot of traffic on Latrobe Road. Costco is just going to generate people from driving from Carson Creek Heritage, go to Costco. When are we gonna, and I realize Supervisor Turnbull already asked that question, when are we gonna widen Latrobe Road? But I think especially with this Costco application, there's some things we really need to get ahead of, on top of, and start figuring it out now. And those would be, the other thing, looking at the CIP, there's a number of unfunded projects. We need to figure, when the last board before Supervisor Veerkamp and Ferrero were here, I asked when they raised the TIF, and then of course they later reversed that, raised the TIF. Somehow we need to do a committee or something. We have to get more eyes looking at it, because it's my opinion, the public would be better served if we could find a way to extract more money from road improvements from developers and home builders on the west end of the county. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public that would like to address the board at this time? Okay, seeing none, may we go on Zoom, please?
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Yes, hi, Kelly Nelevai again, District 1, El Dorado Hills, item 25. Echo, thank you, Joe Harn, for the comments about Latrobe and White Rock. I just don't understand. Well, I guess I do, because I guess the sentiment really is the process doesn't matter. Costco's approved, start building tomorrow. I'm so tired of hearing about, a conversation that isn't even approved. And let's just be honest, because honesty is the best policy. We know that we're looking at eliminating the roads resurfacing, which desperately needs to be done, by the way, for the traffic light to prepare Silva Valley for what is going to become the new nightmare of El Dorado Hills. It doesn't take much driving around any Costco location to see the 7,000 to 10,000 minimum cars a day that are going to be in and out and in and out. And it's going to extend starting at Green Valley and Silva Valley. And pretty soon, I guess we'll have traffic lights on every corner. So we might as well just know that this is preparing for that. And again, I'm making comments speculative. I would love to hear the conversation. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I would change my mind. And you wouldn't have to hear me ramble, because I really feel like all I'm doing is rambling, because I really don't know what I'm rambling about. Except for to say I'm disappointed that the Saratoga to Harvard resurfacing is being taken out. But I'm even more disappointed that we have projects that we've been told are in the making or on the CIP. This traffic light is diverting what I think should be a developer's responsibility, because the traffic increase that is going to happen at places, yes, like Appian and Silva Valley, are going to start with this Costco. And so I'm disappointed, and I guess I'll hear the conversation in better detail to understand the logic behind it. I would like and ask for an explanation when we get to that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey, everyone. Sorry, the unmute button took just a little bit. Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. So I did send in written comments specifically to the Silva Valley Appian Way request for a new CIP project. There is zero documentation supporting it attached to it, and I think that's a little concerning. Hopefully all of you read it, but basically we don't know what's being proposed and we don't know why. So I know Costco's been brought up a couple times. I would like to briefly make note that the traffic analysis that was done specific for the draft EIR for Costco actually did not go all the way to Green Valley Road. So it only went up to Harvard. I also think that this is potentially from that, but then I really think that it's incorrect for the county to implement something that would potentially prevent the requirement of somebody like Costco, if it gets approved, from doing whatever's needed. Originally, Silva Valley was supposed to be 4 lanes according to the Serrano plan, and it was just given back to the county, so that's why it's not 4 lanes yet. I think there's just a lot going on with that. Item 26, I agree with Chris, maybe it could have had red lines on these, but I did see in the presentation a few things. So a couple of the comments made on policies A1 and A3, there's terms like substantive or minor changes. Honestly, I think that the public should see all changes that are done to the policies. So it would be helpful to make sure that they come through for review, even if on consent. B16, the suggestion that that the CAO should be able to do small asset acquisitions. I would say that you would want to put a dollar amount associated with the amount that they could potentially purchase. And then on policy B1, it talks about in the policy itself, potentially having people do rate increases on their own to keep their budget intact. I do not agree with that at all. I think any rate increases should always be reviewed by the public and or the board. And then finally, I think it's really unfortunate that the comment policy was not included, showing that the public requests to revert to prior method of engagement have not been heard. I think that you should be able to pull that back at any time, and hopefully one of you will do that before June. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 525. Can you unmute yourself,
Sorry for the
please?
delay. Yeah, it took a long time to prompt me. Good old Zoom. Leo Bennett, Koshan, Pollock Pine. First, I'd like to acknowledge and thank you for bringing it back on January 6th. I'm a detail person that's a little bit beyond the 6 months, but hey, we can cut you slack. But emotionally, you know, it just feels like you're slapping the public around. I mean, this was November 18th. Most of us didn't even notice that it came out of the good governance workshop because it, you know, it just wasn't explicit. Minimal compliance again. And then, as Linda Campbell just noted, you could bring it back at any time. And so I continue to urge you to bring it back earlier. And then now we again are looking back at the good governance workshop, which I did watch the video, and your staff was nice enough to provide me the materials. But this is a general direction, similar to the board comment policy, without a whole lot of public engagement. I would urge you to minimally not approve A1 and A3. It's shipping away. And right now, the trust of the public, in my opinion, for a whole bunch of reasons, some of them not in your control, but this one you can control, is dropping way down to critical layers of, you know, the trust is just not there. And I think having some sort of workshop, ad hoc committee, just engage the public more and engage, saying like what Kelly said, you know, if you just explain and have some dialogue, it just goes such a long way, as opposed to us, frankly, feeling like in today's context that we're showing up now basically petitioning folks that are acting like they have kind of a pretty absolute detached from folks. I hate to say it, but kind of like the royalty thing, you know, we're petitioning and you're going to just make a judgment. On item 27, this has nothing to do with the person you're appointing. Great CA office. I have no, you know, complaints when I show up in person, and, you know, they are very responsive and meet my needs as I express them to you, but they're under your direction. And so again, having participated in many of these processes, there's been no public engagement. It's all been in the context of closed session. And I just wish you fix that in the future. You're doing it minimally compliant. I think you need, and I know you can do better. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you.
There is no more public comment.
All right. Thank you for all of that public comment. We will go ahead and take a couple department matters since we have a 10 o'clock public hearing time certain. I'd like to recommend that we take them in reverse order, starting with item number 27. Ms. Scharfenberg, would you mind reading this item into the record?
Item 27 comes from Human Resources, recommending the board, 1, appoint Sue Phillips to the position of Chief Administrative Officer effective March 21st, 2026 at step 2 of the salary range, and 2, approve and authorize the chair to sign the memorandum of agreement between the County of El Dorado and Sue Phillips.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Carusco.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Board. Yes, I'm pleased to present this item, and I want to start by giving just a quick recap of our recruitment efforts to what got us where we are right now. Shortly after the departure of the previous CAO, we launched a very wide-scale recruitment here in HR. That started on August 27th. We received quite a few applicants, actually across the whole United States, to be honest. 29 of the applicants were qualified, at least on paper. We sent those 29 applicants, their application materials, to a group of outside subject matter experts, and that was the CAO from Sutter County, CAO from Glenn County, the city manager from the city of Rancho Cordova, and the HR director from the city of Elk Grove. We did that because these folks are outside of El Dorado County. They don't have any bias or anything like that. So they looked at all 29 of the top applicants. You narrowed it down to the top 5. Those folks were requested to come in for an interview. We had 2 interview panels here consisting of internal leadership and some of our justice or our partners within the county. They interviewed the top candidates and narrowed it down. So here we are today with the top candidate from that whole process, and that's Sue. Sue has been with the county for, I think, around 24 years. She can correct me if I'm wrong. She's been in increasingly responsible leadership positions throughout her tenure. I've had the pleasure of working with her for several years. She knows a lot about the county. She's been around, as Chris said. She's going to be a great addition to the county if the board does appoint her. We are recommending step 2 of the salary schedule based on her level of expertise and experience. And I also want to point out, and this was mentioned in the staff report, that Sue is eligible for longevity pay. And that's through her years of service, she's eligible for 13% longevity pay. That will carry into her current role as CAO if you appoint her. However, it will be frozen, so it won't increase as she achieves additional years of service. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you for that. To my colleagues, any questions, comments? Mr. Ferrero? No? No? No?
I think she's going to do a good job. Really
I
do.
think she's going to do a great job, yep. And she's still in my phone as Sue Henneke. Just haven't had the heart to change it. My apologies to Mr. Phillips. All right. If there's no further discussion, we'll bring this back to the board for action.
I'll make and approve.
Okay, motion to approve and
Second.
a second. Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Yep. Good. Sorry.
Wait, are
Didn't
you?
have my mic on. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're in favor?
Yes.
Okay.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations. Well, let's go to item number 26. Ms. Scharfenberg, can you read this item into the record, please?
Item 26 comes from the Chief Administrative Office based on the board's direction on November 18th, 2025, recommending the board receive a presentation and direct staff to return to the board with revisions to Board Policy A1, Development and Distribution of Board of Supervisors Policies, Board Policy A3, Ordinances New or Amended, Board Policy B1, Budget Control and Responsibility, and Board Policy B16, Budget Policies. And 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign Resolution 055-2025, giving authority to the Chief Administrative Officer and Assistant CAO to execute right of entry agreements and agreements for the use of county facilities.
Thank you for that. And I'd like to welcome Mr. Weber at this time from the CAO's office. Welcome.
Thank you.
I just wanted to address the couple of public comments before Mr. Weber gets started.
That'd be great.
So there was a question about changes to policies or ordinances and those requiring board approval. Just want to be clear, I'm sure as Grant will cover for you. We're talking about making slight changes to the conceptual review process, but any change to a board policy or ordinance must come before the whole board. So there's nothing in our recommendation that would constitute staff being able to make such a change without board approval. There was also a question about rate increases being approved by staff without board approval. Again, there is language in policy B1, which is, I think, Ms. Campbell referenced about department heads being required if they are projecting a budget shortfall to take action to increase revenues, but that is not meant that they increase rates or fees. It's taking action to speed up the collection of revenues within their authority. So I'm sure Grant can elaborate on all of our recommendations, and then also, as Mr. Payne noted, there are no red lines because today we are going to discuss potential changes to these policies for you to provide direction. These will all come back to the board with red line versions, and they are 2 separate items. That first one is the direction on the policies, and number 2 is the resolution, which is provided. That is a brand new resolution, so that is provided to you for your consideration. So with that, I'll let Grant go into further detail on all of those.
Thank you, Sue. And good morning, board. Grant Weber, Chief Administrative Office. So yeah, during the Good Governance Workshop back in September of last year, the board asked staff to return with a discussion on opportunities to enhance efficiency, transparency, and public engagement. And following that direction, on November 18th, the clerk of the board in the CAO's office brought forward an item to have that conversation. And at that meeting, the board directed the CAO's office to return with additional recommendations that could improve efficiency at regular board meetings, which is the reason for today's item. And I just want to say that although public comment protocol was discussed at that November 18th board meeting, the item today is not in relation to that protocol change, and we plan on bringing that item on June 9th. The item today is solely based on the board's direction to provide any other efficiency recommendations that weren't discussed at that November 18th meeting. So staff have taken a deep dive, and we've identified that revisions to 4 board policies could create meaningful efficiencies. Those policies are... Sorry, is the slide not changing up there? Let's see. There we go. Sorry. Those policies are Policy A1, Board of Supervisors Policies, Policy A3 on Ordinances, Policy B1 on Budget Control and Responsibility, and Policy B16 on Budget Policies. And I wanted to note that we identified potential revisions to the procurement policy as well. However, since that policy is already undergoing updates, a separate item will be brought forward in the future with those proposed revisions. In addition, we identified circumstances where signature delegation would create efficiencies as well. And I'll briefly walk through each of these areas. So first, policy A1, as it stands today, this policy includes
Grant, I think I shared my screen and I took
you did.
over.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
That makes sense. Can we go back to 2 slides? Perfect. Policy A1, as it stands today, this policy includes next review language that requires policies to return to the board solely to extend their review dates, even when no changes are needed. This creates workload for both staff and the board, and removing this requirement would allow staff to update policies as needed and when needed rather than on a fixed cycle. Staff would continue to monitor policies, and any needed revisions would still be brought to the board for approval. This streamlines the process while keeping the board's focus on policy updates and if and when they are needed. Next slide, please.
I might have given you control back.
Thank you. Perfect. Next, policy A3. This policy currently requires conceptual approval from the board before staff can develop any amendment to an ordinance. While this ensures transparency for complete overhauls or amendments that change the intent of an ordinance, it can delay routine updates when minor or technical amendments that do not change the intent or function of an ordinance are needed. Staff are recommending a conceptual approval exemption just for these minor updates. And under this change, staff could draft straightforward amendments such as correcting references or clarifying wording without first seeking conceptual approval. And all ordinance amendments would still come to the board for final approval. Now turning to budget policies, government code states that the board may designate the administrative officer to approve transfers and revisions of appropriations within a budget unit if the overall appropriations of the budget unit are not increased. However, board policy B1 does not reflect this authority, and those transfers have to come to the board. We recommend updating this policy so it aligns with government code and allows the CAO to approve these routine budget transfers when there's not an increase in appropriations. And similarly, we recommend updating the fixed asset section of policy B16. Government code does allow limited delegation to the CAO for new fixed asset approvals when the budget unit's total appropriations are not increased. Staff recommend that we incorporate a change in the policy to align with government code where the CAO can approve new fixed assets in these circumstances, and we can work with departments to figure out what a good threshold for that is. And finally, staff have identified an additional opportunity related to signature delegation for right of entry agreements and agreements for the use of county facilities. These agreements are routine and often time sensitive, and as it currently stands, they must come before the board for approval. To streamline this process while maintaining appropriate oversight, staff recommend delegating the authority to the CAO and assistant CAO to execute these agreements when they're with public agencies or nonprofit organizations, and they serve a purpose consistent with the mission of the county or a county department. Agreements involving private or for-profit entities would continue to require board approval, with the exception of parks-related rentals, which the parks manager can approve per county ordinance. All agreements executed under this delegation would continue to undergo county council and risk management review when appropriate. So these recommendations are intended to reduce unnecessary steps, align policies with government code, and help ensure efficient use of the board's time. So with your direction, we'll return to the board with policies that incorporate any or all of these changes, and we will return to the board with redline versions for your review. And I'm just going to pull up a draft Word document to use kind of as a framework for our further discussion. See, 1 second.
So Grant will pull up, since we're asking for kind of broad direction on these policies, he'll pull up a Word document and he can start drafting a motion if anything differs from what you would like in the staff report.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
So this includes everything if you're wanting to incorporate all of these changes, and we can kind of tailor it if anybody has any other ideas.
Gotcha. Okay. So I'd like to hear from my colleagues at this time. Do you have questions, observations, comments? And I think Supervisor Parlin, would you start us off?
Darn, I waited as long as I could. So on board policy A1, if I understand it correctly, I personally like seeing them, the policies, they show up on consent right now, and it just says it's been 4 years and the next sunset's in 4 years. I just think it's good for the board, the public, everyone to see them on a consent agenda item once every 4 years so that we remember there is such a policy, dust it off and just get some eyes on it. So that one I actually think we should leave off. And I don't see how that's that big of a burden on staff. So, but I could be wrong. Just let me know. And then what was the other one I was thinking about? Oh, number 5 on your list there, Grant, for the right of entry, it's agreements for use of county facilities, correct?
Correct.
So I was thinking that in my mind, I'm thinking, I don't really see that we need to approve them, but maybe an annual list of just an update once a year of who we have agreements with for what facilities on a receive and file on consent would be nice for everyone to see. I think that would be great. Then that gets us out of the executing them and approval for expediency, but just an annual update so we know. I think that's nice. That's usually what the public asks for too, is transparency. And then let's see, B16 was, if I understand that one correctly, and I appreciated Linda Campbell's thoughts on this one. The assets, the fixed assets. You guys are thinking of bringing back a threshold with it, which is kind of what I think she was alluding to. So that would make sense. And you might have a number in mind already or not, but when you bring it back, it'll have something. So that sounds good. What was another one? Transfer program in the budget. I think that's all I had on these. Oh, and then the A3 one, the ordinances. Don't know why I didn't go in order. Sorry, my brain's not working in order today. Just see. But yeah, A3. I understand it. Yeah, now if there were only minor, you just wouldn't bring it for the conceptual first, but you would still bring the minor revisions for us to approve, and everybody would still see them. So,
Correct.
and then if we had questions there, that's when we could ask for it. So I don't really see a problem with that one. And I do know that quite often we'll have ordinances that just need to be updated because of to reflect state policies. So why get conceptual on that? It doesn't make sense. So I can see that one being okay too. That's all I got. Not in order, sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. We can jump around. Are there any other clarifying questions by my colleagues?
I would
Mr.
just
Beerkamp?
concur with Supervisor Parlin's comments. I think they're appropriate and without creating an undue burden on staff.
Other comments? I have one question on policy A3. Excuse me. I'm going to do what you
Right?
just
I know.
did. B1. Would an example be like item number 16 that was in our consent packet today, which was DOT, a transfer of $4 million? Is that an example of something that would no longer come before us that you could just approve?
Actually, because that one is a use of contingency funds, I don't think it would apply.
So can you give me an example of what that might look like?
I'll have Emma come up because the term budget unit isn't well defined. And so I will say that we currently do have authority under government code and county ordinance to make some budget transfers internally. So within one department, moving from services and supplies over to salaries and benefits, for example, the CEO has authority to do that. So I'll let Emma explain the subtle change here.
Okay.
Yeah, Emma Owens from the Chief Administrative Office. Currently, right now, the way the policy reads, the board has to approve budget transfers that decrease overall appropriations. So right now, just yesterday, I had a budget transfer come across me where they were actually decreasing appropriations because they weren't going to transfer it. And that would have to come to the board when really that's not increasing their appropriations as is outlined in government code. So typically the board isn't upset when we're spending less money. And there's a couple other things just to clarify the language, just to in line with government code.
Okay, can you give me an example of something that would not come before us with this policy, but does now?
Yeah, so in this example, the transfer I just had, they were a special revenue fund was programmed to send some money to the operating account in HHSA, and they decided, oh, it actually doesn't need to go to salaries and benefits here. We can put it instead as services and supplies expense in that account, and so that would have to come to the board as a board item to change that. Just moving how it is spent, but not increasing overall appropriations.
Okay. And so if we go forward with this direction, that would no longer come before the board, and the CAO or the assistant CAO could make that happen.
Mhm.
Okay. All
And we
right.
currently have that authority to move things between character codes as long as it's not contingency or we're increasing fixed assets.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions?
Well, now you got me all confused with that one. I
I
thought
know,
I
I'm
understood
sorry.
before this explanation.
I'm kind of
Yeah, I'm like,
confused too.
now wait a minute. So help us out then, because I'm more confused than we started. So good question there, Chairlene. I guess then maybe along the same lines, is there a threshold for those? As long as it's within, or I'm just not understanding what the change is going to be, because you keep saying that, well, we already have authority to do something like this, and then it's like, well, then what are we changing? I guess that's what I'm not getting.
Government code gives the authority for the board to delegate authority to move things between, let's say, services and supplies and salaries and benefits. So right now, the CAO has authority to move things between as long as we don't change overall appropriations. Because right now in B1, the board has only approved no changes to increases or decreases in overall appropriations. So really, it's just allowing us to say if they need to spend less money, a decrease, which is allowed in government code, it would allow us to do that.
So you're saying our current ordinance isn't aligned with the government code?
Yeah, our current policy does not align with government code.
Okay. So we're trying to align with government code.
Mhm.
That helps a little bit.
That helped a lot. Okay. Yeah, that helped a lot. Other questions? Okay, then we're prepared to give some direction at this point. Anybody want to take a stab at it?
So Grant, given what we just said, do you see what you could change on your document?
So sounds like maybe we keep the next review language. Is that?
I would like to keep it. I don't know if everybody agreed with that.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so-
think it's important too, because, our board turns over practically every 2 years. So it also allows an opportunity
Good
for
point.
a new board member to see something they may not have otherwise been aware of.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm good with with removing A1.
And as far as the annual list goes, I might need county council to chime in. The current resolution does not say that we would have to return with a list of the agreements brought forward. So I'm not sure if we'd need to come back with a amended resolution or.
Well, actually, I do have a question about that. I wanted to kind of clarify the types of agreements we're talking about. It isn't contemplated that these would be long-term agreements for the use of county facilities. I don't believe, for the most part, they're going to be sort of a temporary in nature. So I don't know if that changes your request for that annual list. We could apply a certain term, like if we're going to have a facility use agreement that exceeds 6 months or a year or something like that. But for most of these, they really are just, temporary, like a weekend use by the Native Plant Society or something like that, or a utility company needing to come on our property. So I don't know if that kind of fits with your intent of, wanting to make the board aware of these agreements, if that changes.
I'll be quite honest, I have no idea how often our facilities are used right now.
Okay.
Because we get, as far as I know, we get no report at all. And I do remember when you remember that big debacle. You guys don't. I'm trying to remember who was here when we talked about facility use. And do you remember changing that policy? It was huge about who could, when, where, all of that. So I'm just curious. Now I'm curious. See, if you guys hadn't brought this, I wouldn't even have thought about it. But now I'm curious, like who's using our facilities and when and how often and all of that. I have no idea.
So I'll, Ms. Phillips is correct. It's typically things like the Native Plant Society wants to use the atrium to do their plant show. Or I think we've had somewhat recently, you approved short-term right of entry agreement to allow the RCD to come in and do some defensible space clearing on county property. Things of that nature, I think, is what this is contemplating. This has kind of been a bit of a hole in the county's delegated authority for quite some time. But I do want to acknowledge Supervisor Parlin's suggestion about having some type of annual review. And I'll note that I can think of at least one prior instance where the board delegated authority. I'm thinking of when the board delegated authority to your DOT director to enter into right-of-way agreements below a certain dollar threshold. And as part of that, you did require that there be an annual report on the director's exercise of that delegated authority. So there is certainly precedent, and it would seem prudent if the board wanted to, require some type of annual receive and file on the agreements that were executed pursuant to the delegated authority. As to Grant's question, I mean, given that I don't know if there's any pressing need for it, I'd suggest that we just go ahead and bring that back with revised language if the board does want that.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Report language, and we can build that into the resolution so it's clear for now and into the future that that's essentially a condition of the delegation, is that there be an annual report given to the board on the exercise of that delegated authority.
I really like that idea if you guys do. It's just nice to see. I appreciate the reports that they're usually on consent, and so everybody can just see, an annual report on whatever we've delegated. It's kind of nice. So I like that idea.
Yep.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay.
It's a good touch point.
Yeah.
Okay, so Grant's got the motion modified. Almost.
Almost.
Okay, so yeah, this is moving forward with the revisions to A3, B1, and B16, and we'll return with redline versions of all three of those. And then we will come back with a revised version of the resolution to incorporate language about an annual report of agreements executed under that authority.
Great, you nailed it. Good, okay. Is anybody prepared to move this
And just
item?
one question before we,
Yep.
on item 3 with B16, is that the one we were gonna allow for limited, so the limit will come back, the threshold, that'll be, so that's kind of just assumed. Okay, that makes
Make that
sense.
limited, yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay,
I'm good.
is
Oh.
there a motion?
Madam Chair, go ahead, Lori.
Oh, I'll go ahead and move as it is recommended here by staff.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Excellent. All right, and that takes us to our 10 o'clock public hearing regarding Bass Lake Hills specific plan and the annual fee schedule. This is item number 28. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. And Ms. Scharfenberg, if you could read this item into the record, please.
Item 28 is a hearing, Department of Transportation recommending the board, 1, conduct a public hearing consistent with Mitigation Fee Act requirement to consider the annual adjustments to the Bass Lake Hills Specific Plan Public Facilities Financing Plan fee schedule. 2, find that the 2026 Bass Lake Hills Specific Plan Public Facilities Financing Plan fee schedule is consistent with I already read that, with Mitigation Fee Act, Government Code Section 66000A1-4 and 66001B, and 3, adopt and authorize the chair to sign Resolution 049-2026 for the 2026 Bass Lake Hills Specific Plan Public Facilities Financing Plan fee schedule.
That's a lot. You have to drink some water now. I'd like to welcome Mr. Bain from Department of Transportation.
Good morning. Thank you. And thank you for reading all that so I didn't have to. Appreciate your time today. This hopefully is a simple item for you and we can get it taken care of for you fairly quickly. I believe you've all seen this presentation before. We do an annual adjustment to our fee programs based on the Mitigation Fee Act, and this is one of those items. The Bass Lake Hills specific plan area, generally along Bass Lake Road from the highway up to almost Serrano Parkway, has a specific plan area over it. Currently, all the development approved in that area would be residential development. There are some large infrastructure needs in that area to be able to make those residential projects effectuated. They include road improvements, water and sewer that are all necessary for any development that wants to go in that area that's residential. The cost of those facilities are prohibitive for any one project or developer to be able to put them all in general. Oh.
Sorry.
It's the item, it's a different item number.
Item number 28.
There is no
no
presentation with it.
okay.
There's just a board item. I apologize.
Okay, no problem. That's
That-
me.
My mistake for not letting you know in advance. The area along the Bass Lake Corridor has some major infrastructure requirements. Sewer is a large one of them. Water is also a large infrastructure need, as well as additional roads in the transportation section. So what was developed when the specific plan was put together is a public facilities finance plan that aggregates those large ticket infrastructure items into a fee program where that anybody comes in within that area, pays a portion of that fee, developers build whatever section of that infrastructure is necessary, and they get reimbursed from that from other folks that get beneficial use out of that at a later date. It's very similar to our traffic improvement program fee structure. So the project, the specific plan currently only has residential development approved in it. And that's one, we've got a series of findings we have to make according to the Mitigation Fee Act. And several of those relate to are the improvements necessary for the development that's anticipated? Are they proportionate? Are the cost reasonable? So I'll go through a list of these items, but I wanted to also let you know that this does have to be a nosed hearing, and you do have to make those findings. So the first finding that we need to make is to identify the purpose of the fee. That one's laid out fairly simply. The purpose of the fee is to fund transportation, sewer, and water improvements to meet the needs of new residential development, and that's accurate. The second requirement is to identify the use to which the fee is to be put. In this case, it's fairly straightforward. The plain area fee will be used to fund the cost, transportation, sewer, and water public improvements. The third finding we have to make is determine how there's a reasonable relationship between the fee's use and the type of development project which the fee is proposed. Because all the development in the area now is currently residential, it's fairly straightforward. If that were to change, we had a project come forward this year that was proposing a change to that would have some commercial. We would have to make adjustments to the fee program to accommodate for that. As it stands right now, we don't need to do that. So this year is simply a cost of construction cost index adjustment of 0.6% as it's going up. Next item we need to make a determination is determine how there's a reasonable relationship between the needs of the public facility and the type of development project for which the fee is imposed. Again, that's residential. All residential projects need water, sewer, and access as a condition of their approval. Item number 5 is determine how there's a reasonable relationship between the amount of the fee and the cost of the public facilities. That one's fairly straightforward. We have prepared cost estimates for all the improvements necessary within the development. We have estimated the number of units that will be developed in there, and it's a fairly simple calculation where you divide the cost by the units available. I say that it's in theory simple. In practicality, it gets complex as you get into lots of different moving parts there. But in general, that's how the program has been put together. There haven't been significant changes to the program since last year. All we're asking for this year is a 0.6% increase to keep a construction cost index, which is allowed by the PFFP. So with that, that's the end of my presentation. This is a hearing, so we would ask for you to take any comment that we have, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Are there any clarifying questions of the board? We'll start with Mr. Ferraro, please.
I do, thank you. This might be an obvious that I'm just missing something, but why are there no sewer fees for the eastern shed?
There is a sewer fee, but they're different. The eastern shed is downstream facilities are already there. On the western side, there's some additional facilities that have to get made. We have to run basically a sewer line from Bass Lake Road down to Silva Valley Parkway. It's actually the back end of Serrano. And we have to get across Carson Creek there. So they divided those up into two different districts.
I thought that was what you might say, but wouldn't that apply to the water also on the west? Because I know when we talked about Town and Country, they didn't have water annexed on their parcel yet.
The water requirements were determined to be substantially the same throughout the project. The reason why the sewer was broken out was because there was some significant infrastructure that was necessary for one area, but not the other. It was determined when we put the program together that water was generally consistent across the overall specific plan area. We could certainly break that down more specifically, but generally, without having, one of the reasons why this specific plan was put in place is there's no one owner of all the properties or doesn't have control of the property. So everybody has their own projects. They have their own little different subtleties. And so we try to keep it as consistent as we can.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Are there other questions of my colleagues at this time? One clarifying question that I have is very, very general. Coming from District 5, this is just something that you do down on the West Slope that I don't often see ever from where I come from. So my question is, we have these models, you know, the TIF program you mentioned is a model, this is a model, where people put into the pot and then supposedly the improvement happens at some point as you laid out. Is it working?
In general, yes. The Bass Lake Hills specific plan has collected fees. They've built facilities. They built Terra de Dios, or what used to be known as Morrison Road. We built North Silver Dove, Hawkview Drive. Substantial water and sewer projects have gone in. The developers built those and they have gotten either fee credits or will get reimbursements as additional development comes along. So in general, yes, it's working. This Bass Lake specific plan was intended to build out long ago, but it just hasn't come to fruition. And part of it is that fractured ownership network. If one developer owned it all, it'd probably be aggregated fairly simply, but that's just not the case there. So, you know, development kind of, you know, goes at its own pace, and that one hasn't come to fruition as fast as they thought it might, but that's kind of how the system works.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
One more.
Yes, please.
General one again. And the reason we have the PFFP is simply because it's a specific plan.
Yeah, so it's a funding mechanism within certain specific plans, and it was used in this one. Other developments have proposed very similar programs, but it's fairly common to use, and it's appropriate in this particular.
And if we didn't have a specific plan there, we wouldn't even be having this discussion.
Correct. There may be other mechanisms by which you could implement a PFFP, but that's why this one's here, and you know that's how it's most commonly used.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll go ahead and open this up for public comment. Ms. Scharfenberg.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 28. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain. And again, when your time has ended, we will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on this item, realizing it is a hearing. This isn't the first time this has been before you. As staff has commented, this has to occur periodically. I guess I want to go to the more fundamental aspects of the subject, this particular location. I noted that in this item, it has Bass Lake Hills as a title. And I've noted in terms of titles for other things, other areas that in my mind, if I didn't know El Dorado Hills existed, and Bass Lake Hills came up as a topic, you would think, oh, El Dorado Hills, Bass Lake Hills, similar in terms of the future. Future meaning now and as we go forward with the development of it. I think the key here is that District 1 and District 2 obviously are very interested in their respective areas. But in this case, to kind of make it clearer to you, because I'm obviously hearing myself speak, I'm trying to understand what is the future of El Dorado Hills. And I go back to just a few months ago when we had Town and Country here before you. The place was packed. Today there's nobody, there's me coming up to the podium to speak about subjects that are important to you, Greg, and to you, George, in terms of the roads are not complete. There's 2-lane roads where there should be 4. Silver Springs Parkway, is that considered part of Bass Lake Hills? I'm not certain. I don't know the geographical boundaries because the board's never taken any action to establish it as a place. But people have accepted the fact that, at least in terms of titles of items in discussion, that Bass Lake Hills does exist. But can you clarify for the public more about what you believe the future of this area is, and tell me where is this area? Because I don't know today. I ran it through Google search, and it popped up Save Bass Lake Hills, which was that group that came in, was against the Town and Country development. I just would like to know more about what you believe, because these fees tie to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public that would like to address the board on this specific item? Okay, seeing none, may we go on to Zoom, please?
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, Leo Bennett, Koshan, Pollock Pines. I just want to add my voice to Chris's great presentation. I certainly hope you take the opportunity of giving him an answer. And since he's drilling down, what I'd like to add is, hey, the developers already have 10, 20, 30-year plans. And as pointed out earlier, the Board of Supervisors turns over. And so if you don't have some of these fundamental questions clearly delineated, the developers will have their way. And I think most of us feel that's not a good way. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell. Can you
Everyone.
unmute yourself? There we go.
Yeah, it's actually really delayed the way it's being unmuted right now, just so you know. We're just waiting for it to pop up to say unmute. So okay, so on the summary, one, thank you Supervisor Ferraro for asking about the eastern shed rates. I think based on some of the recent discussions, I think it's interesting that we have nothing there for sewer. So with I guess a point of clarification. So these rates are per unit, but then the public improvement summary, the table at the bottom, is that what potentially we would get per parcel when building permit is pulled? Or is that a projection? So basically that's what I want to understand on the summary. Is that a projection with these rates, what would come in when the permits are pulled? Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no more public comment.
right, thank you. I'll go ahead and close the public comment period and ask if staff wishes to reply to any of those questions.
Adam Bain with the Department of Transportation again. Chris brought up a question, and I think his question was probably broader than this item, but the Bass Lake Hills specific plan is a defined area. We've got maps, it's got parcels included, we've got meets and bounds descriptions of it. So the Bass Lake Hills specific plan area itself is well-defined, and that's clear. If there's a question about fundamentally how does Cameron Park and El Dorado Hills transfer, how that communities balance between themselves and what the future is, that's beyond the scope of this item. So there was a question about the eastern sewer shed. There is sewer along the eastern side of the project. It's down on the Cameron Park side. It's already in place. That sewage goes down to the Deer Park sewage area. The stuff on the west side goes down to El Dorado Hills. So there's the reason why they're different. And then the question is, are these projections? What we're doing here is applying the fee. So if somebody comes in and pulls a building permit this fiscal year, between now, or provided this is approved, and a fee goes into effect, I think there's a 60-day period. Until the next time we update it, that'll be the fee that somebody comes in the door and they pay. That goes into the pool. The funds in the pool go out to developers who paid for infrastructure and they get reimbursed, or they get fee credits, or there's other things there. So I think those were some of the highlights that were asked. I can answer any other direct questions you may have.
I'll bring this back to the board for further discussion or comments. Will you turn your mic on, please?
Adam, how many specific plans in El Dorado Hills?
I don't want to quote off the top of my head, but I think there's 4, there might be 5 or 6.
Okay.
We've got the El Dorado Hills. I don't want to try and read them off the cuff because I'm sure I'll screw it up, but there's 5 or 6.
5 or 6, okay.
Other questions?
Just quick, the map on the resolution?
Yes.
That's the map?
That's the map.
Specific plan, okay. Thank you.
Other questions or possible action?
I will make a motion to approve item 28, 1 through 3.
Do we have to close the public hearing?
I closed it.
Okay.
Yeah,
good.
thank
Okay.
you. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thanks, Adam.
We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Motion passes
Thanks, Adam.
5-0.
Thank you. All right, we're moving along well. Let's go back to department matters, and let's take item number 25, which is the Department of Transportation 2026 CIP. Ms. Scharfenberg, will you please read this item into the record?
Item 25, Department of Transportation recommending the board authorize changes outlined in items 1 through 4 listed below to the proposed 2026 Capital Improvement Program, CIP. West Slope Road and Bridge Program. 1, approve additions and changes to the West Slope Road Bridge CIP projects. 2, add new projects Silva Valley Parkway at Appian Way intersection improvements. 3, remove El Dorado Hills Boulevard overlay Saratoga to Harvard Way, and in the Tahoe Environmental Improvement Program, EIP. 4, approve changes to the 5-year term EIP as described in attachment 8.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome our Director of Transportation, Mr. Martinez. Glad you're here.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. Here with you today with DOT and fiscal staff to give you a presentation. Oh, sorry. Sure, no problem. The 2026 Department of Transportation Capital Improvements Program Workshop.
I don't know if that works.
We'll see. Okay. So what's on the agenda for today? Well, we're going to give you a little background first. What's a CIP? Why are we doing a workshop? And then we're going to go into the meat of things. The main topics that we are going to be discussing today are changes that staff are bringing forward to the Board of Supervisors that we feel should be implemented into counties' roadway infrastructure. Most or the bulk of these changes are minor. They're inflationary changes on the change table in attachment A. But there are two projects that have some significant value, and we're going to be discussing those. That is going to be the addition of one project into the CIP and the removal of one project from the CIP. If you agree with staff's conclusions, we will ask fiscal to move forward with the transfer and adjustments that will be made and finalized when we come back to you in June with the adoption of the CIP. So today is the first step in any municipality's warranted and legitimate capital improvements program. They have to have an annual CIP update. And that first step in that annual CIP update is the workshop. And that's what we're having here today. We're having this workshop to have a discussion on the changes that staff are bringing forward, but also to hear any recommendations or concerns that the board might have. We are then going to take those discussions, take them to the Planning Commission. There we are going to present to them the same workshop presentation. And I'm sure that the Planning Commission is going to concur that transportation is abiding by the general plan. Then we are going to bring this back to the Board of Supervisors for the adoption and the final approval of the annual CIP, which should happen, like I said, in late spring or early summer. And then any projects that have TIF-related funding from the CIP, we are going to bring back to the board in a separate item shortly thereafter. You're right, it doesn't work. So the CIP is a long-range planning tool utilized by staff to calculate construction costs, timing, and funding sources that these projects will be used with. They are also used by staff to pinpoint when projects are going to be needed to be built, and particularly what time horizons these projects are going to be needed. So we don't want to wait for there to be a deficiency to then start the planning or the environmental process, because that takes a really long time. And in that time, we're having to deal with a level of service that is insufficient. At the same token, and just as important, we don't want to start a project that's too early, because we might be expending our resources in a location that has an acceptable level of service, just to find out later on down the road in that region, we have a deficiency and now we don't have any resources for that project. In order to ensure that growth is consistent with the general plan and does not exceed available roadway capacity, the county is required to implement general policy TCXB and measure TCA. So essentially, that is what we're doing here today. We are bringing forward to you our annual one-year CIP update. Basically, any changes from our last year's one-year update, and that is validation to the Board of Supervisors that transportation is in conformance with the general plan, and that is in collaboration with the planning department. We are proceeding forward with the projections given to us by the Board of Supervisors with the appropriate growth for the county. Next slide, please. So there are two regions in where we build infrastructure. Those two regions are the West Slope and in the Tahoe Basin. Essentially, those two regions are overseen by two different metropolitan planning organizations, or MPOs. The West Slope is overseen by SACOG, and the Tahoe Basin road and bridge and any environmental projects that we oversee for the Conservancy are managed by TRPA. So projects in either one of those MPOs are planned out and collaborated with those MPOs to make sure that we are in line with timing, with costs, and if there are any potential future funding sources for these projects. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, the CIP is a long-range planning tool utilized by staff to pinpoint when our infrastructure is going to be needed at any given time, whether it is in the current year, the 5-year, the 10-year, or the 20-year horizon. We work very closely with the planning department to make sure that our CIP projects align with the growth that has been given to us by the Board of Supervisors. Also, as I stated earlier, we want to make sure that we are planning our projects appropriately for when they are going to be needed. As I said, we don't want to have to wait until a project is failing to start the design or the environmental, because that takes a really long time, and we could be dealing with that deficiency for an extended period of time. And then, just as important, we don't want to expend our resources at a location that is level surface B, C, or even D, which is acceptable, just to find out we have then a deficiency, and now we don't have the resources to expend, to utilize for that area. Next slide. So the criteria to get projects into the CIP are listed as you see here. Every project that is in the CIP has to have at least 2 of these criteria met. The reason being is that the Department of Transportation wants to make sure that we have true justification or the nexus for every project needing to be in capital improvements program. Next slide. The bulk of our changes are in attachment A. That is our change table. Now, this is the biggest change in our CIP, although it is individualistic changes to each one of the projects. Typically, they range in that of approximately 10% over or $250,000 over the cost of the project. And that is listed, as I said, on attachment A. Attachment B is the unfunded list. This is projects that are brought forward to the Department of Transportation by either residents, the Board of Supervisors, or stakeholders in the area that don't meet the threshold or the criteria that I stated earlier. But we've left them on the unfunded list if in the event that there are projects, developer projects, or CIP projects that might be nearby that we can collaborate with the community. Sometimes development projects want to take a pride in ownership and make those improvements as part of their overall mitigation for their project. Likely, as well as the Department of Transportation, could possibly see funding opportunities for a project that has particular aspects that this unfunded list project might have, and we can apply for federal or state funds. Next slide. The first significant project that we want to talk to you a little bit in detail is the addition of a signalized intersection at Silva Valley Parkway and Appian Way. This project had been teetering just below the threshold of the 20-year horizon for, I'd say, the last 2 years. It just was as of recent when we did traffic counts in the area that we noticed vehicular volume had increased. And now with our model, it is showing that it will be, with our growth and our model, it will be within the 20-year horizon, showing a level of service that is deficient. This project is estimated at just over $2.6 million. And that is just an estimate, a placeholder, so that we can start collecting from any developments in the area to pay for this improvement. It was estimated based off of the intersection at Golden Foothill and Robert J. Matthews estimate that we did a few years ago. Once again, this project is in the 20-year horizon. Next slide. The other significant project that we wanted to discuss with you is the removal of the El Dorado Hills Boulevard Grandin overlay from Saratoga to Harvard. Now, this isn't necessarily that is being removed from transportation's radar. We're just moving it from the CIP into the maintenance division. So this project will still get performed. It is just not going to get performed within the CIP department, CIP division. Back 15 years ago, the federal government was much more gracious about handing grants and funding for roadway rehabilitation projects. And so back in 2017, the Department of Transportation put this project in, seeing the need, in hopes that the administration at the time would come out with an appropriation bill for infrastructure. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case, and we've kept that on the books. And as you all know, that the federal government, as well as the state of California, no longer is in the market for rehabilitation or maintenance projects. So what we're doing is we're moving this over into the maintenance division. The maintenance division, about 3 years ago, did a wonderful surface treatment on El Dorado Hills Boulevard between Harvard and Green Valley. The public was very pleased with that project, and it was a huge success. We are hoping to do a very similar technology treatment for this stretch of road here within the next 2 to 3 years. And the maintenance division will be giving an SB1 presentation to the board this spring, and we will go into details in terms of that project and when that will be coming on board. Next slide, please. So these are staff's recommendations to the changes in our 2026 CIP program. Essentially, the changes that are on Attachment A and Attachment B, the change tables. We are adding one project, which is the signalized intersection at Silver Valley and Appian Way. And then the removal of one project, which is El Dorado Hills Boulevard, grind and overlay from Saratoga to Harvard, and putting that into the maintenance division's wheelhouse. Next slide. So if everything looks good, ultimately, we will be listening to the Board of Supervisors, your recommendations, your thoughts, your concerns, taking that to the Planning Commission agreeing that we are in concurrence with the general plan, bringing that decision back here to the board in June for the final adoption and approval of the annual CIP. And then shortly thereafter, any associated projects that have TIF funding brought to you in June as well. That concludes the presentation for my CIP, but as any CIP project wouldn't be remiss if we didn't talk about some projects that we had ongoing other than just changes, as well as projects that are soon to be moving forward. So with that said, I'll start with the granddaddy of all projects that we've ever worked on, that is the Mosquito Bridge project. Last 2 years, we had been going vertical for many, many years. It's a little project that keeps on going. As of the last 6 months, we have actually been going horizontal, and literally this project is coming to an end. So we're really excited. The project should be completed sometime mid this summer with a possible grand opening, possibly in the fall. So we'll wait and see. The next project I want to talk about that is ongoing, and that is the Diamond Springs Parkway project. We had buttoned that project up for the winter due to all the grading that is involved with that project, but it had just started back up again now that we're in spring and no more rain. And a lot of the work being done out there right now is the undergrounding being performed by the contractor for the PG&E utility work. That project should also be completed sometime this fall. And then a project that is in the very near works for starting, and that is Ponderosa Sidewalks. Really excited about this project. It is sidewalk, shoulder, and roadway improvements between child support all the way to Ponderosa High School. That project will start exactly the day after school lets out. And I'd say 85% of the project will probably be done during the summer. We might have some lingering project after school starts, but hopefully there won't be too much of a disruption. That isn't currently in the very near term. When it comes to future projects, we have just a glutton of projects that are in the works. We have We have White Rock project that is hopefully going to be starting here within the next 2 to 3 years. The El Dorado Hills Latrobe interchange at US 50. We have Mount Murphy, Ponderosa interchanges, Bucks Bar. All of these projects are planned and slated to be starting, CIP projects that are slated to be starting within the next 2 to 3 years. So we have a lot of work ahead of us, and we're really excited to get started. With that said, I'm open to any of your comments, suggestions, or questions for myself or my staff.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martinez, for this presentation. As I've been on the board now for 3 years, some of it's starting to resonate finally, so I appreciate that. Mr. Turnbull, do you want to get us started, please?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, do we have the money set aside right now to finish when you knew I was going to ask this
I
question?
knew you were going to ask that. So, as I stated earlier, we don't want to have to wait until we have funding or till a corridor is deficient. So we are, in working with our fiscal department, we have forecasted what our revenues are going to be over the course of the next 2 to 3 years. And we hope to have that funding completely ready when construction is ready to build. Now, we have the complete funding for the design, the environmental, and the right-of-way. And like I said, within the next 2 to 3 years, when we hope to start construction, we should have all that funding. So that is our plan for that project.
Good. One other question. On these overlays, how long are they guaranteed for when these contractors do these overlays?
And Mr. Mullins could do a much better job at answering that question, but we have had some really great success with this new technology. It's a rubberized cape seal. And depending on the condition of the road, it could be a 1-layer, 2-layer, or 3-layer process. We've applied this up in the basin on a road called Shikori, which is the most plowed road in the entire basin because that's where our plows, our graders, and Caltrans plows and graders come out of. And it had lasted for over 6 years. So we're very pleased with that application, and we're looking forward to implementing it in other areas. Well, we already have. We did it, like I said, in El Dorado Hills Boulevard, on Green Valley, Mount Alcom. So there have been a lot of locations where we've already tried these applications with a lot of success.
Well, I just want to know also, if these roads start tearing up a little bit and they're not working properly, when you start getting to see in some certain sections and these overlays are lifting, how do you get a hold of these people to come back to be able to fix this?
So
This has been a problem because there is some areas on Bucks Bar and also in Pleasant Valley Road that are starting to lift. And I just want to know who's going to be responsible for it. Is it DOT's going to have to fix that? Or are we going to make the contractor come back and fix it?
So what we do is the Department of Transportation, typically these are 2-year projects where we come in and we do grind and overlays for spot locations where there's failure of the roadway infrastructure underneath due to the subterranean conditions. We take that out and then we put in a new lift. So essentially new asphalt all the way from the bottom to the top. And then we do a surface treatment over the entire roadway. Now, there are and there could be locations where it didn't materialize that we saw failures during that time. And actually, Pioneer Trail is a perfect example where we did a lot of the grind and overlays for the failures, and then we come in with the final treatment. Now, if it's within the first year, the contractor typically has a warranty process for these locations. If it is due to the material or poor application, but if it's due to a failure of the subsurface, then that is us to make sure that we are staying on top of it, and then we will go back and make any appropriate mitigations or repairs to that location.
Yeah. One other question, Bucks Bar Bridge. I know John's been working on this and he's going to be leaving us. So is Matt going to take it?
Well, fortunately, we have great staff working under John. That is going to stay under the Headington Group and their CIP program. And one of John's competent engineers are going to be taking that over. I believe it's going to be Chandra taking that over, or yeah. Chandra is one of our senior engineers, and he will be taking that project over, bringing it to fruition.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Parlin.
Yeah, so normally on weekends I read my agenda and then on Mondays I check in with staff. However, this weekend the weather was beautiful and I don't know if I even opened my computer, quite honestly. So I was up really early this morning finishing reading agenda items. So I did not get to check in with staff, so I'm gonna catch you off guard, and I didn't.
There we go.
I don't normally mean to do that, and I feel really bad because this is my last CIP update ever.
It is.
So, but I noticed on the schedule change, which that's the scariest page, honestly, once something's on there and it starts slipping away. So I need help with this because I see on the 2025 CIP and then the 2026 CIP, the US 50 Ponderosa interchange, both North Shingle and Duroc realignments are both slipping on here. And that's not okay because we just approved a project pending this. So I need help understanding what's going on, Raphael. This concerns me to no end, and I'm hoping that I'm just interpreting it wrong. Please tell me.
Well, our goal is that we still want to fall in line with the project that was just approved here at the board, so that we are in conjunction, we are working together. We are shooting for an early 2028 date of construction time for that project, but we still have to finalize the design and the environmental and the right-of-way acquisitions. And that is what is going to take a very long time. Any time we have to deal with the public to do right-of-way acquisition, that is the most, I would say, nerve-wracking, contentious time because we are affecting people's properties directly. And that is something that we don't take lightly. We work very closely with county council to make sure that we are mitigating our impacts with the property owners and that it is to the least impactful as possible. And so then that is why it is delaying a little bit, but we are still pushing Caltrans extremely hard. We have the funding currently. And furthermore, we have not only grant funding, but we're looking to pursue more grant funding for this project. We are tying the grant fundings to a certain date. And so we are shooting for 2028, similar to what we mentioned with the applicant. And we are going to work very collaboratively with Caltrans as well as the property owners and the Board of Supervisors when that time comes for property acquisition to make sure that we stay on schedule.
That doesn't make me feel better.
Referring to the AMPM?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. We conditioned that and based on some
Being
expectations
told,
and
right.
dates, and this right here is not jiving with that. And now I'm extremely bothered, and so will be the residents. So I don't know what to do with this. It doesn't feel right.
And I have had several supervisors in the past express the same concern. If it was up to the Department of Transportation and our safeguards and our policies, and not have to deal with either Army Corps or State Water Quality or Caltrans or any of the other organizations that have their own processes and policies. This would be a much shorter, either White Rock or Ponderosa. Mosquito took 20 years for it to come to fruition. I don't want to give the board any false expectations and keep them as updated when projects might be slipping a little bit. It's not to say that our timeline and our goals still aren't set for early 2028, but it is looking as if it might go further into 2028, hopefully no further than mid 2028.
I thought we made the motion based on the fact that we were under the impression that they were going to start at a certain date, and we said if by June 30th of 2027 that construction hasn't completed, that they could start building the gas station. Didn't we have a trigger in there, a date?
June 2028.
I thought it was June 2028. Was I
Because that's
mistaken?
when we're supposed to be putting shovels in the ground, the county is, and therefore we condition the AM/PM also, like no shovels in the ground. Everybody be collaborating, planning together so that it's all coordinated. I mean, I've already been hearing from residents, they're very unhappy. Just, so you know, the 2028 and that construction is going to be a nightmare. I mean, it's already a nightmare there. So, anyway, I'm just concerned, and now I'm feeling like, I feel like maybe we were a little bit overpromised when we made that, and I just don't like it. And I don't know what to do with this, Raphael. I want to bring the item back for reconsideration at this moment, because I'm not sure that we had honest information, or, you know what I mean? The community there is very upset with the project anyhow. You know that. They were here. They made it very clear. And so we did our best to try to condition it to minimize. And if that's not happening now, I feel like we didn't make a good choice. And I don't know what to do with that. I've never been in this situation before, ever, yet.
Well, when we project our timelines and our schedules, those are very conservative. Like I said, our expectations are always to underpromise and overdeliver. So we are promising a timeline that we feel is conservative, but yet we are still shooting for an earlier time frame. So that's all I can tell you, unless Matt Smeltzer has any other details that he might share with you in terms of good news regarding the property acquisition or Caltrans or environmental. Those processes do take time.
Madam CAO, did you have a comment specifically on this?
I'm sorry, I pressed my button in error.
You didn't mean to? Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, let's think on this and we'll come back. Supervisor Ferrero.
Got a few questions.
Sure.
and opinion, I think. I'll start with Silver Valley and Appian.
Sure.
Is there one thing that's triggered that? You said traffic studies, traffic increases, and you're just projecting in the future. So just make sure I understand this right. I mean, currently, I don't see a justification for a signalized intersection there. But there is, I mean, I know the hillside adjacent to that is for sale to develop, and you mentioned Costco, it's a possibility. So by us, why are we putting it in the CIP now? Is it simply to be able to collect TIF for future development? And if it's not in the CIP, we can't do that?
That is correct, but you know what? I'm going to stop talking and hand it over to one of my staff. So with that, I'm going to have Zach Oates give you a little bit better detail on that process.
Morning, Board. Zach Oates with DOT and Supervisor Ferrero. That you just summarized it right there. Essentially, when we're looking at this intersection, right now, you're right. It's operating at perfectly acceptable levels of service. We do have recent data that's showing that it is starting to approach meeting the signal warrants, which means that if the level of service were to fail, a traffic signal at that location would be justified. The data supports that. Right now, the level of service is acceptable. When we project out 20 years, 10 to 20 years in the future, just accounting for background growth, not accounting for any one individual development project, we project that those traffic levels are going to be resulting in failing level of service. So that is the justification or nexus for adding it now to the CIP, funded through the TIF program, so that every building permit that comes in pays their fair share to go towards that improvement. This is not a project that would be funded by any of the existing residents. It would be fully funded by new development as it comes in over the next 10 to 20 years.
And then what is the project actually? Is it just maintain one lane in each direction on
Sure.
Silva and put up signals?
There would be some minor roadway widening. We, as it is not currently a CIP project, we haven't done any design work. I would anticipate that it would add some turn pockets. It would be a traffic signal that was installed. A roundabout in that location, while it may work well, there are some pretty significant right-of-way implications, especially along the west side of Silva Valley, with the new Class 1 bike trail along the east side and some drainage issues over there as well.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. Moving on to the overlay. So, yeah, that road needs the overlay on El Dorado Hills Boulevard. Why are we putting it in the maintenance as opposed to, there's no developer funding that can be allocated to that?
No, so
You guys have the funds in maintenance to
we will be
accomplish that?
acquiring the funds or the funds we will be budgeting for that project within the next several years so that we can have enough for that project. Originally, the CIP, I believe, was somewhere in the vicinity of approximately $6 million for that project, but that was for your typical grind and overlay. Now with this new 3-layer process, like I said, we go in, we take care of the failures, and then go in with a complete surface resurfacing of the roadway. But there will still have to be some ADA improvements that are required by law. American Disabilities Act, these are federal requirements. So we have to make improvements to the curb ramps. And so then we're hoping to implement that within the next 2 to 3 years as funding accumulates to be ready in, like I said, 2 to 3 years for the start of construction on that.
And if we left it in the CIP, then we couldn't use maintenance funds for that?
We can't. Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
And no, developer funds cannot be used for maintenance purposes. They could only be used for impacts due to development.
Right. Okay. And I might not just be seeing this, but yes, I know Saratoga Finders is on your radar, as is Green
Yes, it
Valley
is.
and Locke. Those aren't in the CIP? Or are they?
Well,
just not on the attachment.
Green Valley and Locke is.
Okay.
And actually, I'm going to have Adam Bain give a brief description as to where we're at with Green Valley and Locke.
Adam Bain with Department of Transportation again. The Green Valley Road Finders Way is in the CIP.
Green Valley and Finders? Sorry.
I apologize. Lockway.
Lock.
Mixing up my ends of El Dorado Hills. The Green Valley Lockway project, we do have the plans have been submitted by the developer. The developer's got a requirement to get those improvements built before they can do the second phase of their vineyards project. So that is in the CIP. It is moving forward. And then the Saratoga at Finders Way is in the project as what is in the CIP as well. But it's in the future years. So.
Okay. All right. Just a couple more. Back to the overlay project. So just last week, the Transportation Committee, the overlay project is in this document.
Yes, that's because it was originally in the CIP and we had received funding from EDCDC for this project. We had started some design, and like I said, we were putting together a package in hopes that the federal government would come out with some kind of appropriation bill for infrastructure. So we were treating it as a CIP because if it's grant funding, then you have to do different procedures, admin, and so this is more of related to a capital improvements program project. Okay. But now that we are not going to be doing this as a CIP, and then we're not going to be seeking federal funds or state funds.
It'll come out of that.
We're taking it out of there.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. All right. One more, and the elephant in the room is White Rock widening. On Exhibit B, item 33, for the unfunded projects, it says that it's essentially, well, it's unfunded. I thought I read in there that it says it's no longer needed. On my notes, I don't know where I would see it. Is that, oh. Yeah, it's at the top of that, the purple spreadsheet. It says projects no longer needed for level of service projected deficiencies. And White Rock's in there on 33, item 33 on attachment B.
Oh, attachment B.
Attachment
Okay,
B,
the
yeah,
other,
yeah,
okay.
the colored one. You want to see it? It says at the top of the spreadsheet,
I'll let Zach answer
overall
that.
unfunded CIP projects and projects no longer needed for level of service projected deficiencies. And on number 33, it has White Rock from Latrobe to Silva. It says from 4 to 6 lines.
I believe that's correct. So Zach Oates again with DOT. The section of White Rock that's being widened from Latrobe, essentially Post Street to the Silva Valley interchange, that is not anticipated to need to go to 6 lanes. It is being widened from 2 to 4 lanes.
Okay,
yes.
so it's semantics. Okay.
Yes. And then maybe if I could just go back a couple minutes and just to clarify, Adam is correct that the Saratoga Finders intersection is in our CIP, not as a standalone project. It's included in our Saratoga phase 2 widening project that will widen Saratoga from the 2 lanes there where at Wilson at that signal, that'll continue widening 4 lanes all the way to El Dorado Hills Boulevard. So as part of that project, there will be some significant intersection improvements at Saratoga and Finders.
Okay.
But
right.
it is not in there as a standalone project.
Okay. Then one more question on White Rock, and I apologize for the question in public, but there's a certain project we keep talking about on Sylvan and at 50 that's going to generate a ton of traffic if it's approved. If they have it their way, they want to open in a few years. There's no way White Rock is going to be complete by that. It probably, I mean, between the right of way, I don't know, we have to assume right of way and the environmental. How is this going to be possible? Because I'm going to say it publicly, that project can't proceed without White Rock being 4 lanes.
So as I stated earlier, we try and forecast when projects are going to be needed as part of our CAP long-range planning tool. And about 2 years ago, when Eastridge was finally adopted, we recognized that although the level of services currently at this time, and at that time, 2-3 years ago, they are not at a deficient level of service. Now, are they at a bad level of service, a threshold that is not great? Yeah, they're not at A or B or C. But they are at an acceptable level. Nonetheless, the Department of Transportation recognized that either with Eastridge, which is approved, and potentially Costco that would be coming down the road, we moved forward. Actually, White Rock last year we advanced it. We moved it from the 5-year to the current year for that specific reason. We said yes, we foresee this project is going to be needed by the time it starts construction and it is completed. So we are moving forward as fast as we can. And once again, as you stated, we have design, environmental, right-of-way acquisition that we have to all do before, as well as the utility relocations as well, before we actually start construction of that project. We are hoping that that project will start similar to Ponderosa Interchange in June of 28. Now, as for Costco, that hasn't been approved yet.
No.
When
I mentioned them and their timeline, I mean, they're aggressive.
They are aggressive, but it's not to say that it is definitive that they are coming. So nonetheless, we have taken the conservative measures to bring forward a project that we feel is necessary for the project, for the community, whether Costco is approved or not. And so we're anticipating that, yes, if everything works well for Costco and they don't have any legal matters to have to deal with after and go through the environmental process, any legal matters that they might not have to contend with, that they could potentially start as early as 6 months before we start, and maybe even be open about 6 months prior to we're actually completed with our project. That could be the case, worst case scenario. But it does take a time for traffic to actually generate and ramp up to the levels of, let's say, a well-established Costco or In-N-Out. That does take time. Now, granted, I assume this is probably very expeditiously going to see a lot of traffic very soon, but there's still some capacity in that corridor right now. It is at level of service D, and we still have E and then finally F. So we have some capacity. It's not going to be great, and we recognize that. And that's why we moved forward that project from the 5-year to the current year, and we are proceeding as quickly as we can with that project, with the design, environmental, and the property acquisition.
So I'm just going to disagree with you on the projected traffic. As you know, if they open, the Roseville store that just opened made $1 million on day one. The traffic is going to be, that road has to be widened. I mean, before it opens, it has to, and people they know it's a possibility, it's coming, and if that place opens, it's going to be packed at day one. So that's all I'm going to say. It's
sure
a little frustrating. It seems like we're kind of waiting. We waited too long to start. Just last week we approved the for you to get along with the appraisals for the properties that are going to be impacted.
Sure.
I think it should have happened sooner. I apologize for saying that in public, but
no, and it is very difficult for the Department of Transportation because we are mandated to plan for our existing usage, and currently that project is not. Although we are anticipating. Now, the good thing is based off of Eastridge that was approved, we see the mandate for that project, and which is the reason why we moved it forward. And we are moving as fast as we can with that project, as well as the Ponderosa interchange. And just to confirm, we are still scheduled to start construction June of 28, which is the same time frame for the AM PM. I know we were hoping for a 1 year earlier for 27, 28 June start, but we're still within that same time frame of June of 28 for starting Ponderosa interchange. And so then that would still be in line. Now, if it moves past that, then I'll be in trouble.
Can we unchange what you've got in the update though? Because to me, I mean, it says right away and design. I mean, that should be long done before. I mean, I know you're working on right away now. So why slip it a whole year in this document? It makes
Matt,
me.
why don't you come up and let them know where we're at with the
Come on up,
with
Matt. We love
environmental
talking about
and
this
the right-of-way
project.
acquisition?
Been seeing you a lot lately, haven't I? We saw each other in the grocery store last night, you guys.
You didn't work any of this out?
We did it. I didn't.
Is it on now?
Yep.
Excuse me. Allergies. Matt Smeltzer, Deputy Director of Engineering. I tried to work it out with Parlin in the Safeway checkout last night. I guess she still has questions. The Ponderosa interchange. Yeah, it's been a complex process because we did make some changes with the roundabouts and other traffic study. All the studies needed updating because it was such an old CEQA studies. And so then going through the Caltrans process on that, we did get the CEQA adopted quite a while ago, but we just circulated the NEPA for Caltrans. They had to approve everything, and we circulated it for them, and that was done last month. So they're in the process of signing that off. But there's this whole new AQMD, EPA, which I thought federal was going to take care of this, these type of delays. But yeah, we go through all these reviews now with EPA Air Quality Board. That's taking longer than before. We're just getting started on the right-of-way. We've selected the right-of-way consultant, and we're working at getting that contract up here to the board. And there's 26 title reports ordered on this interchange. That's how many properties we touch. So that's why we're forecasting it's going to take a while. Some of them are small. Some are, little driveway here and there, conform we're doing. Some are bigger, big parcels with these road realignments. So we anticipate that taking a little while, along with all the fun regulations and process we get to go through to get these projects approved. So the consultant on the design is doing a really good job. We're finalizing that. We're coordinating with utilities right now, trying to get as much underground as we can with what's left of the Rule 28 program. Now that they've stopped funding it. So we're trying our best to fight to get that as much underground with the funding they have left. And those meetings are going on right now with the utility companies, AT&T and PG&E. So that's where we're at. And with the roundabouts there, I think Raphael mentioned it. Always looking at opportunities to get grant funding. And so we will be seeking some because of those roundabouts and all the sidewalk features and everything else we're doing there is going to be a great benefit to the community for mobility and air quality. So we see some potential there to hopefully save some of our local funds some more than what we already have. We still have about $12.5 million of STIP money program, that's state funding through our Transportation Commission, Woody's here. And we've been talking to him about the schedule shift we're doing because that's really critical. It's probably my fault being overly optimistic. And Woody was waving some funding in front of me. I thought, yeah, we can get this project delivered in time. So, and then he tells me later about how overly optimistic I was. And now we're bumping it out a year. So that's probably my fault. And being overly optimistic, we could deliver it that fast when we applied for the STIP funding and programmed this into the CIP. But that funding's still secured. We have ways to work through that schedule with them in the state. And we also have the similar amount on Eldorado Hills Interchange still programmed that we anticipate getting authorized for construction next year on Eldorado Hills Interchange through the STIP program. So, yeah, is there anything else I can
Any other
add to that?
questions? I want to bring forward, and this might be for Mr. Martinez, I don't know. But there was some public comment that was circulated to us on this item. There was a question regarding the removal of the El Dorado Boulevard overlay, but I think we've answered that
Yeah, I'm
sufficiently.
satisfied
It's
with that
just
answer.
being moved to a different division to be completed. The other two questions were regarding completion dates. So this is the public wanting to know, we always talk about when we're going to start projects, but the question is completion dates for the widening of Latrobe Road from Post Street to Silva Valley, and then the same question on the widening of Latrobe Road and White Rock Road.
I can tell you that the construction date of White Rock is scheduled for June of 28. I don't know exactly, we haven't calculated exactly what the schedule would look like in terms of the completion date. So we don't know what that looks like yet. All we've got forecasted right now is the start date for that location. And did you said there was another location? Which other one?
Post Street to Silva Valley.
I think
interchange?
that's White Rock.
Okay,
Yeah,
the same
yeah.
one.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay, so I wanted to get that on the
Are those
record.
the email
Yep.
what inquiries that we received,
Yes,
right? Okay,
yes,
okay, yeah.
Yep. And then I just wanted to ask a question. You guys will all be surprised regarding the Tahoe EIP projects. So there's 7 projects listed here. 3 of them are getting moved out a year. 4 of them are getting moved out a couple of years. All of them cite planning funding and or construction funding. But for these projects, we don't have a TIF. So where are we getting the revenue from? Is it grant funding? Is it SB1 funding? Is it a combination? How does that work?
See, I'm going to get everybody up here from DOT. John, now is your turn.
Thank you. And can we push his retirement out 2 years since we're pushing everything else?
Yeah, let's put.
Right?
Yeah.
Can we
You
tie
can
those
retire when
together?
this is all done, when all
Yeah.
these projects are complete.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, John Canning with DOT. The Tahoe Basin EIP projects are 100% grant funded, except when we approach the board and ask for a grant match to leverage those grant funds. There are some minor TRPA funds that we can use for various things like maintenance and water quality and things like that. But by and large, the capital program in the basin is 100% grant funded. We've talked about the Fallen Leaf project. That's not so much a grant as it is just money coming from the Forest Service to repair fallen leaf from 89 to the campground. But yeah, it's all grant funding.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, Mr. Turnboo.
Just a clarification, I'm on the Southeast Connector JPA.
Yes.
And they were asking for $8 million from Latrobe Road on White Rock to past 4 seasons. They only got $2 million.
Mhm.
And that $2 million are going to use to relocate the natural gas lines right
Mm.
now. So
Mm.
it's kind of sad that
Yeah,
we
it's
didn't get enough
unfortunate.
money to be able to fix that one part.
Yeah.
Which will go along with all the other part of White Rock. So
Yes.
anyway.
It is unfortunate that the JPA wasn't able to acquire more funding for that project.
Mr. Veerkamp.
Yeah, just maybe to Raphael and DOT's defense here. In case you haven't noticed, road building in California is very extremely difficult, underfunded, and basically the state of California doesn't give a darn. So it's a challenge, and you all know it. We just sat here for the last half hour and going through questions and what ifs, and this is their best estimate, and I'm confident that they'll do everything they can to deliver. We need to be diligent and help them in that process. And wherever we can, if we can, unfortunately, move a little bit of money here, move a little money there, but be ready, because as other projects, and this is typical with SACOG, don't get done, we can maybe be eligible to grab some of that money. So if we're as shovel ready as we can be on some of these, it'll actually maybe elevate them to a higher level. But you got to get the right of way and that stuff done anyway. And I'm working it. I know this is construction start dates, but really the process has already started. So
Yes,
maybe
that is true.
I know people don't buy that because they can't. They're sitting in the traffic. I understand that, but we have the same issue in probably all of our districts, and we got to be diligent and patient and work with our staff that's done a great job. So thank you for what you do, and we'll do everything we can to help you.
Appreciate that.
That's a good note to end on. I do want to bring this item back to the board for possible action or additional conversation.
Madam Chair, I'll move staff's recommendation on this item.
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? No? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No. And I'd like the record to reflect, I'm very concerned about the slippage of completion for the Ponderosa Interchange projects, because we did just condition a project on that.
Duly noted. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Supervisors.
you.
Appreciate it.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. Yes,
With Supervisor Parlin voting no.
You got
Sorry,
it.
yes. Supervisor Parlin voting no.
there you go.
Thank you,
Good job.
everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, Matt.
All right, we have some closed session items. It looks like we can squeeze in before lunch break. So I would like to call on County Council at this time.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The board will recess into closed session to hear items 1 through 3 as specified on the agenda. Public comment has already been taken.
All right, we'll move into closed session. Thank you. All right, we are back from lunch and we're going to start our open forum section of the agenda. This is time for members of the public to speak to the board about any item that is not on today's agenda. Ms. Scherfenberg.
We are now taking public comments specifically on open forum. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain. And again, when your time has ended, we will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Justin Myers. I'm here on behalf of the over 1,300 IHSS providers here in El Dorado County. And it's one of these things that we are in bargaining. We just want to convey that providers here in the county continue to survive on the second lowest wage for any county in the state. And they are struggling. And when they hear words about raises happening when the county is not even offering real wage offers to the providers, it does strike as kind of out of touch that providers here provide critical care to the seniors and elderly of our community, that we want this community to be one where our elderly and disabled can live with the dignity and the respect that they deserve, that this is a community that is welcoming and opening for families and for folks to grow old in this community. And the reality is that becomes a challenge when providers cannot get fair pay. We see there's other counties in the region that are not big urban counties, counties like Nevada, Plumas, Sierra, that are able to offer not only wages, but true benefits. So it's one of these things that I'm just here to convey on behalf of those providers that we are looking to partner with you to find a way to continue to offer that vital care to this community in a way that does respect that dignity. So thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Domenica, and I'm a resident of El Dorado County. I will be speaking on behalf of Mackenzie Walsh. She is also a resident of El Dorado County. She's an IHSS provider and UDW member who could not be here today, caring for her recipient, who is a non-family member, and they struggle with a lot of issues. We are one of thousands of providers right here in El Dorado County. We are currently in the middle of negotiations for a new contract, and we're here to let you know that IHSS providers do need a living wage that allow us to carry on the important work that we do. There is a rapidly growing care crisis in California, and it's time you take responsibility for those who need care in El Dorado County the most. And that starts with paying caregivers a dignified living wage to ensure there are enough care workers to provide that vital care for those who need it. Our work is crucial to our clients and their well-being, but it has fallen through the cracks for decades, and IHSS providers have fought tooth and nail to get the respect and dignity they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public? Please. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Board Chair Lars Knudsen, Pollock Pines. Wow. I don't know if you guys are feeling what's going on in the world right now. And it's in plain sight. And I was having a conversation with one of the supervisors earlier, and you know, I was rejoicing that I could pay $5.65 for a gallon of gas. And I remember back 6 years ago when the COVID scam hit and killed a lot of people, scared a lot of people, ruined a lot of people's lives. And I see a continuation. It's in plain sight. Evil is in plain sight. And I put evil on notice today. We have a choice. We either serve one God or we serve the other guy. And that's our choices, guys. It's in plain sight. Woe unto them that call evil good and good evil. we've become a nation like that. Our nation has become disgusting in the sight of the Lord Jesus. It's a time for us to humble ourselves. Even in the midst of all this stuff, I still have joy. I still have patience. I still have peace. I still have truth. And that I'm here to bring it. It's our choice to either serve one God or serve the other master. The other master is a liar. He's a thief. He's a murderer. His name is Lucifer. Or we can serve the Most High. And I choose to serve the Most High. And I ask everybody in this place to make a conscious decision that it's in plain sight. Hallelujah. And may peace, love, and joy be upon this place. I'm done with it. I'm done with it because God's done with it. It's in plain sight. The one who walks with the wise will become wise, but a companion of fools will suffer harm. Disaster and evil pursue sinners, but good rewards the righteous. Proverbs 13. Woe to those who call evil good and good evil, and substitute darkness for light and light for darkness, who substitute bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. Woe to those who are wise in their own opinion and clever in their own sight. Isaiah 5. Thank you, Lord. Got 50 seconds left. Humanity is brought low. It says, humble yourself before the Lord this day and ask, who are you going to serve this day? I'm serving the Lord Jesus. Thank you, Lord. Humanity is brought low. Man is humble, and haughty eyes are humbled. But the Lord of hosts is exalted by his justice, judgment, and the holy God is distinguished by righteousness. And I'm just going to end this last 15 seconds. Holy Spirit, I ask you to move in Colorado County. So many of us are hurting, Father. I ask you comfort everybody from the north to the south, from the west unto the east. And we give you all the praise and glory in the mighty name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you for the shout out to spring, even though I saw snow on the ground driving here. I'd like to speak to you today about my understanding of 30 years in good governance and my degree in public administration. So, today you gave direction to staff, and I'm listening on the phone, and I don't know what that direction was, so I looked it up because it was up there. But my understanding of best practice is to read the motion. I love it that staff is now writing the motion. That didn't happen before, but from my perception, just reading it out loud would be a great way of bringing us all together. In that context, you provided direction to staff to bring back policies. And another best practice is, if you're going to cite a government code, to put it in the text so we don't have to look it up. And I'd like to read Government Code 21125, Section B. The board may designate, emphasis there, designate. So I don't know what your direction to staff was, because it's optional under the code. And I agree with members of the board that I heard in the public that for fiscal matters, as much transparency, as much front loading. I know you need efficiencies for the, but in school districts, when you move money within a budget item, that's my area, there are priority decisions, and getting your input in the public just helps, as I said on the phone earlier, to build trust. I was very happy to hear staff address my concern about the hiring process, because again, that wasn't in the text. But great that you shared that you did an outreach, you had many applications. But best practice is the expert panel should be drawn from folks outside of your geographic area. Some of those people you consulted with are in the greater Sacramento, the greater economic. I would have liked you to go to my home counties, which is Southern California, because then there's no possibility that anybody knows anybody, and you get a truly neutral review. You also could add to this process a citizens panel. That's what we advocated for when I was a president of a PTA. It's just additional input, and it gives you multiple variables as you make these very important decisions. I would like to end on advocating that you take a look at what you heard from your employees. Your elderly programs, and I've been here, you're contracting them. They're a value question. They're only up to you. And you have it right now in an end-of-life building. Bring it back to El Dorado and add South Lake Tahoe. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jen Romaldi, Local 1. So as employees, we have a responsibility to help and protect the public, and this includes financially by being good stewards of taxpayer funds. Abusing a voter-led initiative that was passed by the citizens is not acting as good stewards of taxpayer funds. As we move into the 504 discussion next week, I really hope that you guys come with open minds and a willingness to hear the citizens and your employees and I would like you to all think about the bigger and better picture on what these runaway salaries that you've attached to this 504 plan are doing to not only impact your employees, but the community as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Jen, you said next week. We don't have a meeting next week.
24th, I'm sorry.
Okay, I just want to make sure you didn't show up next week. Okay.
Please come forward. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Diana. I'm here today to speak about ongoing safety concerns in property located 4141 Shoemaker Road, Georgetown, California. The first code enforcement case for this property, case C 2308, 0408, was opened October 13, 2023. Remained active until May 7, 2025. During the time of the property accumulated over $100,000 in fines due to violations. When the case closed, a new case CE 250396 was opened and the prior fines were waived, essentially restarting enforcement process. Since then, there has been multiple code officers assigned to the case, and there has been periods where it has unclear who was responsible for managing it. The most recent officer transitioned to another department in February 2026. As of today, it is unclear who is currently assigned to oversee the case. During this time, the conditions of the property has continued to raise safety concerns for residents in the area. First, there appears to be unpermitted occupancy, including individuals living in RVs on the property where residents' use and proper utilities, such as septic systems, are not permitted. Second, there has been road access and safety concerns. Vehicles associated with the property have at times parked along the easement road that residents must use to access their homes. In some situations, there has been restricted access and the sheriff's office had to respond to the area. Third, these are general safety concerns for families and children in the neighborhood, including loose animals and debris along the roadside. Residents has attempted to work through the proper channels. As of today, 39 weekly reports have been submitted documenting the conditions. And a public record act requested also been submitted, but there has not been yet a response past the 10 business days. Last week, Supervisor Lori Parlin spoke about the importance of transparency and helping residents understand which department to contact and how issues are handled. I believe that same transparency is important in this situation like this one. Residents simply want to understand who is responsible for the case and what steps are being taken to bring the property into compliance. We also hope that county can ensure that code enforcement cases have clear plans and that officers have the tools and support needed to bring a long-standing violation into compliance, especially when staff transitions occur. Our goal is simply to ensure that safety concerns in the neighborhood are addressed and that residents can feel secure in the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public here in the room that would like to address the board on any items not on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, may we go to online, please?
Now I'm taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Jamie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Hi, my name is Jamie Reyes, and I am here today to ask you to please reconsider our request for a well on our 4-acre parcel in Camino. My husband and I bought this property in May with the dream of building our dream home in the county where we've both essentially grown up and have served for our entire adult lives. The property was marketed as needing a well and electricity, so during escrow, we did what we believed was our due diligence. We contacted PG&E, and we got a manageable bid for power. We contacted Rumsey Lang and were told that due to the data on the wells in the area, A well should likely cost us under $12,000, and actually the quote that we received from them was under $7,000. Based on that information, we felt confident closing escrow. In November, when we began moving forward with a builder, this was where, at what point, we learned for the first time about the ordinance preventing us from getting a well permit. I immediately contacted EID and was told they do not currently service our property, and that in order for them to provide service, it would require a costly line extension project, which was typically something that only developers took on because of the exorbitant costs. We were told at a minimum it would be $61,000. That amount is devastating. We paid $75,000 for the property, believing water and power together would be around $16,000. Worst case scenario, $20,000. That was based on the investigations that we had done and the marketing, based on the marketing of the property. Instead, we learned that water alone would cost us nearly as much as the property itself. For our family, that has effectively made the parcel unbuildable and created a major financial loss for us. Since then, I have spent well over a month calling county departments, reviewing deeds and recorded documents, and trying to find any path to a waiver or exception given the circumstance and hardship associated with the public infrastructure improvement. I also learned of a flow chart related to well waivers that had been provided to the surveyor's office from environmental management. When I asked about it, I received conflicting explanations about whether it was old, no longer in use, or simply an internal draft. I was also told the ordinance could not be changed because of the Iowa Hill geologic concerns. But after looking into that project, I learned SMUD abandoned it and actually has removed its name from the permits in 2021. I do not understand why an abandoned project still stands in the way of fair consideration for our parcel. We are a hardworking family that has truly tried to do everything right. We made the calls, we got the bids, we asked the questions, and we relied on the information available to us. We never would have purchased this property had we known what we know now. Please consider placing this matter on a future board agenda and considering any exception, waiver, or relief that would allow us to obtain a well permit and build on our property, or at the very minimum, consider an amendment to the current ordinance that prevents other local families this kind of hardship. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. This is Ken Greenwood from beautiful South Lake Tahoe. A little too sunny and warm right now. Pray for rain, pray for snow. But anyway, as always, I got to say no to town and country. Please, please. It is so inappropriate, and it's masking the true interest of the project. Item 2. I did 1 mile notice for WTF's wireless telecommunication facilities. That I think would be appropriate. I did get correspondence from Karen. Thank you very much. That does explain other options for getting notice and tracking of projects. Thank you very much. I have yet to look into that and play with it to find out how useful it might be. I'll probably have comments. Anyway, if nothing else, we should also think of, as I like to call them, not balloons, but dirigibles, to illustrate just how high and how visible and how serviceable, if you will, a tower may be. Also, we have coming up in a couple of days, Planning Commission, a WTF up in North County, and it's a little confusing. I still need to look into it, but a little confusing as to what are they asking for 112-foot setback instead of the required 120, which would be the fallover that was recently approved, or not. The way it's written is a little confusing. I hope to get in contact with the planner, but if they could contact me, that would be great, because it is, reading it's a little tough. What else we got? Well, like I said, it's a great day. I get off in about 40 minutes. I'm going to go out and do some turns, hopefully do the face. Okay, thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you.
There's no more public comment.
Okay, thank you for the public comment. We'll go ahead and move on to our first public hearing, which is a 1 p.m. time certain. And this is HHSA Public Health Vital Statistics Fee Hearing. We'll go ahead and open the public hearing. And Ms. Scharfenberg, if you can read the item into the record.
It's a hearing from, item 29 is a hearing from Health and Human Services Agency recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign Resolution 051-2026 to amend Resolution 120-2023, which establishes fees specific to the public health clinic and vital statistics program and implements an updated public health vital statistics fee schedule.
Thank you. I'll welcome Mr. Fliflet, Deputy Director, HHSA Public Health. Glad you're here.
Good afternoon, Chair Lane and members of the board. California Health and Safety Code identifies the county health officer and health department as the local registrar of births and deaths. In California, vital statistics fees, many of them are set statewide by statute, requiring local entities to update those fees when the state changes statute to make updates statewide. This situation occurred with the recent passage of AB 64, increasing the cost of birth and death certificates by $2 for 2026 calendar year. The board adopted the current El Dorado County Public Health Clinic and Vital Statistics fee schedule in July of 2023. It's a comprehensive fee schedule, and it included vital statistics fees that are subject to changes by state statute. In consultation with County Council regarding the 2026 mandated fee increases, it was identified that Resolution 120-2023 that established the current fee schedule did not include clear authority for the Public Health Division to make updates to the vital statistics fees as new adjustments were mandated by the state of California. The resolution before you for consideration, if approved, would update current public health vital statistics fees in accordance with AB 64 and would provide authorization for the Public Health Division to adjust public health vital statistics fees pursuant to future state statute or regulation changes in accordance with the amounts mandated by the state of California as they occur. And with that, I'll happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. I'll bring it back to the board for questions, comments. Okay, I'm not seeing any. That means you did a great job. So I'll ask the board if they'd like to take action on this item.
I believe this one was a noticed
I was
hearing.
gonna say, this one was a hearing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm back.
Our public comment.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so no clarifying questions. We'll ask the public to comment at this point. Ms. Scharfenberg.
Now taking public comment on item 29. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Are there any members in the room? Please come forward.
Leo Benekoshan, Pollock Pines. First, a shout out to your behavioral health program for a variety of reasons. I have had personal experiences with them, both in terms of the need for your PUF unit and mental health, and then filing for the death of my wife. You know, I don't know all the details, but great services. Hope these fees don't impact it. And I wish it wasn't so hard to change how somebody died on a death certificate. It's not your fault, but I just can't believe that people that do the work and send you the data can't get it right. And then when I phone your department, they're very understanding, but they help me kind of experience what you guys must go through dealing with state and all those other regulators. So thank you again, Behavioral Health Department, and your support for them.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public that would like to address the board on this item? Okay, we'll go online, please.
There's no public comment.
Okay, then I'll bring it back to the board for any action.
Madam Chair, I'll move approval.
Thank you.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Our next item is, I'm certain, for 1:30, correct?
Yeah. You have to wait a few.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to,
4 minutes.
we'll take a quick 5-minute break. We'll be back at 1:32.
You're unmuted.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're back. We were going to do our public hearing time certain, 1:30 PM. This is item number 30, Planning and Building Department, TEFRA hearing for Diamond Village 2. I'd like to go ahead and open the public hearing at this time and call on Ms. Sharpenberg to read this item into the record.
Item 30 is a hearing from Planning and Building Department Affordable Housing Unit recommending the board consider the following. 1, conduct a public hearing under the requirements of the Tax and Equity Fiscal Responsibility Act in connection with the proposed issuance of one or more series of tax-exempt and/or taxable of revenue bonds to A, finance or refinance the acquisition, construction, improvement, and equipping of Diamond Village Apartments 2, and B, pay certain expenses incurred in connection with the issuance of the bonds. 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign Resolution 054-2026, approving the issuance of the bonds. And 3, approve the deposit of the issuance fee paid to the county.
Okay, thank you for that. At this time, I would like to welcome Ms. Garner, Director of Planning and Building, and Ms. Morris, Senior Administrative Analyst for Planning and Building. Welcome to you both.
Sorry, the lights.
Yeah,
at the
I
top,
know, red means
apologize.
go.
Red means go. Okay.
Yeah.
Chair Lane, honorable board members, Jennifer Morris, Senior Administrative Analyst for the Planning and Building Department, Affordable Housing Unit. We're here today to conduct a public hearing pursuant to the Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, also known as TEFRA. TEFRA requires that public hearings be held by the governing body of the jurisdiction in which the project is to be financed with the tax-exempt financing or where it's located, and that the governing body approve the proposed financing. At this time, I'd like to provide just a little bit of background on behalf of the applicant for the project. So Diamond Village Phase 1 Apartments was approved by the board on August 14th of 2018. It included 81 1 to 2 and 3 bedroom apartments. 48 of those were for very low income, 32 for low income, and then 1 moderate income unit reserved for an on-site property manager. Phase 1 and the off-site road improvements have been completed to the date, and we are here today for Phase 2, which is a SB 35 project that was approved by the Planning Commission on January 25th of 2025. It consists of 4 multi-unit residential apartments with a total of 31 units, and one of those units is the manager's unit as well. And it includes an additional office and community room. The project includes 1 to 2 to 3 bedroom apartments again, and is income restricted to households earning 80% or less of the area median income. And Phase 2 permits have been submitted for plan check review at this time. The first phase of the project and Phase 2 here before you today supports a few of the county's housing element goals. So housing element goal 1.9 directs the county to work with the community to minimize opposition to higher densities. Housing element 1.18 states that we are to encourage private development of affordable housing, and housing element goal 1.26 calls for public services and facilities to be provided to affordable housing at the same level as market rate, and also states incentives and subsidies shall be considered to support the production of these units. So today we're here for Diamond Village Apartments Limited Partnership, and they have asked that California Municipal Finance Authority, also known as CMFA, be the issuer of these tax-exempt financing in amount not to exceed $12 million of tax-exempt revenue bonds to 1, finance or refinance the acquisition, construction, improvement, and equipping of Diamond Village Apartments Phase 2, which is located at 750 Black Rice Road in the city of El Dorado, California. And 2, to pay certain expenses incurred in connection with the issuance of those bonds. The CMFA is a joint powers authority formed to assist local governments, nonprofit organizations, and businesses with the issuance of both taxable and tax-exempt debt. El Dorado County entered into this JPA, lots of abbreviations in this.
Right.
We entered into the JPA with CMFA in 2014, and since then have supported several other projects with the same request. Each application is also highly vetted by CMFA Out of 165 applicants, Diamond Village Apartments Phase 2 was selected to move forward with the request for the tax exempt bonds and approval by the local jurisdiction. Almost done. The bonds to be issued by CMFA for the project will be the sole responsibility of Diamond Village to the borrower. The county and the state of California will have no financial, legal, or moral obligation, liability, or responsibility for the project or the repayment of the bonds for the financing of this project. The county will also bear no costs associated with the issuance of the proposed debt. This is a private loan with the borrower and their bank. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors adopt the resolution approving the issuance of the bonds by CMFA to the borrower. Such adoption is solely for the purposes of satisfying the requirements of TEFRA, the code, and the California Government Code Section 6500. And I don't know if he's coming. Yes, a representative from CMFA and the developer are also present today if you have any further questions as well.
Great. All right, I'll bring this back to the board. Do any of my colleagues have clarifying questions at this time?
I got one question. Can you give me an idea of what was the planning commission's vote? I'd like to know what the vote was. And I'd like to see a lot of that when we have these, these projects and stuff. I'd like to see what the vote is from the planning commission if it's possible, because you said it's a pass and approve, but I still would like to see that when you bring these items forward.
Sure. So the vote on the project itself, the phase 2 was a 3-2 vote. I do want to clarify, though, that what's in front of you today, and we normally would put that in a staff report when you're looking at the same item that the Planning Commission reviewed. Planning Commission did not review this TEFRA request, so they're kind of two different things. That's why it's not in the staff report.
Okay. All right. That's all I have right now.
Any other questions?
No, thanks.
Okay, seeing none from you, I have one, and that was, how was phase 1 financed? Was it similar?
They did get the TEFRA bond as well approved by your board too.
Gotcha. Okay, perfect.
And I'll just add, most affordable housing projects have what we call stacked financing. They have multiple sources. So this bond financing probably is not the only, they may have received grant funds
Right.
and other sources as
Right.
well. Usually, it's not unusual for 5, 6, 8 different financing pieces to go into financing one affordable housing project.
Sorry, and I want to clarify, the developer said that we did not do it for this project. It was a different project of his that we had a TEFRA hearing for in 2024.
Okay,
Sorry.
this developer has used this type of financing though before.
Yeah, it was for Senior Village last time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. And then this has nothing to do really with what's before us, but it is in your staff report. So I just wanted to understand, I wasn't here when phase 1 was approved. What the off-site road improvements that have been completed, what are those? And like I said, it's not the matter that's before us. So it's, if we don't know, you can get back to me.
Yeah, I might have to have the developer speak to that specifically.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Do we want to do that now? Yes. Welcome.
Hello. Black Rice Road was one of the improvements that we need to do, and connect Rocket Way and widen the Black Rice Road. And we worked with the neighboring association, road association, and we replaced completely the entire brand new asphalt because there was no base and so on. So it was extensive work, and we completed that. On top of that, we worked with neighbors to give them money for gates. That was part of the conditions also. So it's all completed.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. Okay, if there's no further questions, we'll go ahead and open this up to public comment, please. Ms. Scharpenberg.
Now taking public comment on item 30. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
So we'll take public comment in the room first. Welcome.
Good afternoon, board members. Frank Porter with Housing El Dorado. The issue before you today is a matter of a program or a much needed affordable housing project that was already approved. The issue before you today is whether to pass a resolution supporting the issuance of some bonds, $12 million worth of construction funding that will come into our county to create jobs and build much needed housing. That's the issue before you. So we're not here today to relitigate whether or not the project is approved or not. It is already approved. The other issue I want to put before you is that I do hope we reach someday when the board is really going to acknowledge the severe shortage. Housing El Dorado represents and works with the homeless. We have homeless services. We also do advocacy for housing. The problem in our county is that we have literally thousands of people who are teetering on becoming homeless in our county because of the lack of housing. We also have people leaving the county, young people, young adults, and families who are not moving here or not staying here, or who are getting out of high school and are choosing to leave. Why? Because they can't find housing they can afford. And when they think about their futures, they see a future with no housing and no home ownership. And right here today, you are making a decision about whether to make that problem better by greenlighting moving forward on some much needed financing for a much needed project or not. So you're voting on whether to improve that situation with more attainable affordable housing or not. So I hope that you will make the good decision. We just attended the Continuum Care Board, just heard a report on senior homelessness in our county. And when you see the data on that, it is so utterly apparent how much we have a accelerating number of seniors who are falling into homelessness and are going to lose their housing because, again, we don't have enough housing for them and we're not keeping up. The county is woefully behind. You all know this. I've given you charts on it and you know this. And so today's is an action to support building much needed housing that's ready to go. So I hope you'll support this. We urge you to support it.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Lane and members of the board. Bree Mobius with Hefner Law on behalf of the applicant and developer of Phase 2 here. Today is a routine process under TEFRA to have that your board is tasked in the JPA to have the hearing. It will bring $12 million in bonds, and those bonds are required to make the project feasible. There is no cost to the county, and there's no liability or risk to the county in doing that. This is an approved project. The site is zoned multi-unit residential. The land use is multifamily residential. And most significantly, this site is in the county's housing element to satisfy the RENA allocation. Approval of this item today is consistent with your general plan, your housing element, and most importantly, it's critical for you to maintain a compliant housing element. I do want to draw your attention to a letter from HCD. So this was in response to a TEFRA hearing in another city and in 2024, and they denied the TEFRA hearing, and they had a second hearing. In advance of that second hearing, HCD submitted a letter to the city. And I'd like to take the time to read from that letter. If you turn to page 3. So this is HCD to the jurisdiction in advance of a second TEFRA hearing after the denial of the first. Under Government Code Section 8899.50, all public agencies must affirmatively further fair housing through their housing and community development programs. The duty to affirmatively further fair housing extends to all of a public agency's activities and programs relating to housing and community development. Public agencies are required to take meaningful actions to affirmatively further fair housing and take no action that is materially inconsistent with its obligation to affirmatively further fair housing. A city decision not to certify the TEFRA resolution may make this project infeasible. And that's the same for the project before you today. If that were to happen, HCD says, the benefits of those affordable homes will not accrue to low-income individuals and families. Given that the TEFRA approval creates no risk, obligation, or liability for the city, a denial of the resolution raises concerns about whether that denial is materially inconsistent with the city's obligation to affirmatively further fair housing. And they conclude, letting the city know that they will continue to monitor the project and remind the city that pursuant to the government code, HCD has authority to enforce housing element law and affirmatively further fair housing, among other state laws. And so I urge your board today to consider your housing element, your duty to further your housing element. This step is one step necessary to do that. And HCD has said that they're monitoring agencies that aren't furthering their housing element. And our hope is that that is not the case that we have to today. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ruth Michelson, District 4. Before I begin, I just want to say that the people in the audience, you've got mostly senior citizens, and 3 of the 4 of us wear hearing aids. And I could not hear your presentation at all. I could hear yours. I couldn't hear yours. I could hear yours. So it's very uneven. And I'm just going to encourage people to bring the microphone closer. That'd be really appreciated. So I want to say I agree with everything Frank has said. It almost seems like this is a no-brainer issue. It's no cost to you. So I'm not even sure why you would say no. But then again, about a month ago, there was a housing issue in front of you. They had previously approved, and then another developer came in, and y'all declined it 4-1. I can't tell you the exact detail. I don't have a perfect memory, but that was like, what? And just as Frank had said, as you all know, we're so behind on housing. In fact, 51% of the people who work in this county do not live in this county. 51%. That's a statistic I got from Frank, so he can second that in one of his charts. So what does that tell you? I mean, people can't afford to live here who work here. That's ridiculous. So, of course, I think this should be approved, and I don't see why you would possibly vote no, seeing as how it is no cost to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Let's see if I can get some words out this time. And I agree with Ruth. I couldn't hear any of the presentations. I can barely hear you folks when you speak. I could hear Frank. I hope you can hear me. And it's hard to see the screen too. Anyway, we're all older. A couple of points. It's a little bit repetitive, but I will repeat that the bonds are necessary for this housing and not at any cost to the county. And I was here for the vote on what Ruth just mentioned a month ago, where the help to the developer was voted, the help was voted down 4-1. Excuse me, this housing is severely needed. Peg Vanderkar, Placerville, forgot to say. People in this county have few and fewer options except expensive ones. El Dorado Hills has lots of options. Older houses, and I'm acutely aware of this last 10 days. My house is born in 1966 and is having a complete redo of the plumbing and the outdoors plumbing because of roots and things that happen. Things just happen. Anyway, it's not just the statistics that are on the chart that you got, but there are others kind of waiting in the wings that could be squeezed out if they can't repair the houses that they're in. So it's a bottom-up squeeze, the mobile homes, the apartments, the kids moving out of the county, and houses no longer available either by rent or by purchase. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Feel welcome. Leo Bennett, Koshan, Pollock Pines. I agree with previous speakers, and especially that this should not be a long discussion. This should be an opportunity for you to show your hearts that you're undoing what they bring up in the past. And I know people that are thinking of filing complaints because of the need to show you're doing the very best you can. But if you need a few more facts, from your housing element report, it says that over 3,500 low-income renter households cannot move into affordable homes because there aren't any. It also says that 70% of your low income, extremely low income, are paying over 50% of their income to rent. All the facts are there, and I urge you to take this time and action to affirm this county's commitment to accelerating the progress that your great team, Housing El Dorado, everybody working together. This is detail, but hey, that's me. It states in the text, strategic plan component not applicable. I would urge you to put in there the strategic plan element you're addressing today is what you heard from people, workforce housing. And personally, it's also children like my children who work in Folsom. They'd love to stay close, and I'd love to have their grandkids close. So that's my heart message. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public present in the room that would like to address the board on this item? Seeing none, we'll go online, please.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everybody, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. Good afternoon. I don't have a concern with the request in front of us. I do have a question though about the Diamond Springs Apartments Phase 1. Is it actually all completed? Do they have renters in place? I do know that they came back to request a reduction in the number of parking spaces that were part of their original conditions of approval. But basically, I'm just curious, as this goes forward, is the applicant performing and effectively delivering on the approvals? Because clearly that has an impact on our housing requirements. Thank you.
Thank you.
There is no more public comment.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and close public comment, and I'll ask the developer, do you want to speak to the question that the public just raised regarding your effectiveness with Phase 1 and occupancy?
Yes, the project is fully completed. It's fully occupied, 100% occupied. And the parking space question, we built more parking than was required by the county.
Great. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I'll go ahead and bring this item back to the board for further deliberation or action. Mr. Veerkamp.
Yeah. Question for County Council. Obviously, we got a letter here from legal representative. Are we legally obligated to perform this function today?
I'd say not directly. However, I think it is fair to acknowledge, as we've acknowledged in the past, that the way that HCD is scrutinizing local agency decisions with respect to affordable housing is such that they've taken a fairly expansive view of the scope of authority under the Housing Accountability Act and the duties to further the development of affordable housing, such that I have no doubt that the letter that the city of Concord received, the one that you are now in possession of, is one that we would likely receive if we did not, in fact, approve today's action. Again, I can't say directly, though, because I do think it's I think it's somewhat of a stretch with the words of the statute to say that we are compelled to to approve the action in front of you today. But at the same time, I do think it's fair to acknowledge that the way that HCD is looking at those laws, they've certainly interpreted it such that they believe that we would have an obligation to take the action.
Understood. And I believe, though, if the action we took was negative, it doesn't preclude the project from going forward. It's just a way to finance it, correct?
Well, I can't speak to their financing. I think you did hear from the representative that in their view that without this particular type of financing that the project would become infeasible. I don't know that to be true, but that is
So
what they're representing.
I'll cut to the chase. Supervisor Turnbull and myself have a real dilemma here because we're between a rock and a hard spot. We are over capacity on our roads in that general area. And with Pleasant Valley Road, Highway 49 being the worst evacuation route in El Dorado County, identified by a $250,000 Caltrans grant. CTCC, DC, as well as EDSO are hosting an evacuation route planning meeting next week for that particular area because of this extreme issue. I'm not against housing one bit. Matter of fact, you look through these documents in this housing project, and I signed them years ago because of what we needed. But things have changed in the last couple years with a couple other projects on Highway 49 that are taking up our road capacity. Yes, we're building a parkway and it's going to help, but it's not done yet. So out of respect and for the public safety issue of our residents that live out above this project that only have basically one way out, and it's down through Diamond Springs and 49 to Placerville, I just cannot do this to those folks until we can get some road capacity over there. So in any opportunity that we have, and this is one of them, I just can't go there with a clear conscience to do that until we have some road capacity. And the state doesn't care. And unfortunately, he's caught in the middle.
Supervisor Parlin?
Well, that was food for thought because I agree. We've had this conversation before, and we all saw when the Caldor fire hit and how hard it was to get people out of there. We've had a fire actually in where my mom lives in the mobile home park, the senior mobile home park there, and the evacuation was frightening. So that is something to consider, and maybe we need to do. This is not where I was going, by the way. I have a different issue I was going to bring up. But do we have the, what's the right word? Do we have time to explore our options on this? Like, say that we'll improve it contingent on some road capacity projects being completed. Sorry, I'm making a joke because we had that this morning. So sorry. But I mean, do we have, is there a timing issue? Can we delay, continue this or something? Do we have that?
Oh, I mean, I can't speak directly to the timing issue, and you may need to inquire of the applicant, but I do want to make one thing clear, that the underlying project approval is not in front of you today, nor are the
Right.
conditions that may have been imposed on that. It is the issue before you today is whether to authorize their ability to gain access to this tax exempt bond financing.
Understood. Yeah. But this particular, so phase one was not SB 35, was it? It doesn't say it was in the staff report, but then this one.
I seem to recall that project came in prior to the enactment of
Right.
SB 35, but I think by the time it was approved, SB 35, I think, had passed.
Because
but-
phase two is SB 35, and that's another thing that gives us angst is the state's taking away our land use authority to make sure that we do have proper transportation. But that's not what I was going to ask. So there's something to consider. But I've asked this before on other projects. I don't feel like we've ever gotten a good answer or if it's doable. But the concerns today are helping our county residents. That's what I'm hearing over and over and over and over every time we do one of these. And I've asked before, can we, well, no, I know of a housing developer in a different county that I've met with that said that they have in their application process prioritization. It's like a point system. And therefore, people that live locally already get higher priority and higher points, or if they work in the jurisdiction county, they also get higher points. I mean, that would at least give me some assurance that we would be helping our county, because that's what we've keep hearing. And I know that, Supervisor Lane had kind of mentioned that with the housing project that they had done in Sugar Pine, it was unfortunate that not all locals got served by it. And it was like, I think the city had put money in and they wanted that. So it seemed like a big disconnect. And so that's another thing that I would like to understand is, can we condition it to say we would like this prioritization application process to serve our residents? If we're going to, be dealing with the impacts and all that, our residents should be served. That's what we keep hearing.
Thank you for that question. Yes, we have talked about that. There are some things that a county or jurisdiction can do. We can't restrict units only to county residents, but we can do some things that give them preference, get them set up, help them with the application process so that they are sort of first in line, so to speak.
Right.
What we need to do with on staff side is put together a little more of a formal program and probably bring that back to the board for approval. I believe that's what one of the things the state requires. However, I do want to point out, even on the first phase of this, we did work pretty closely, our staff did, with the developer and their group that was actually doing the leasing to make sure we had assistance to county residents. We got a slightly late start, but once we partnered with them, we absolutely worked with our own residents to make sure they knew how to fill out the application, because it's not your standard rental application, and got the information that they had the information necessary to be eligible. And I can tell you for a fact that one of my own staff's children live in that apartment complex.
So, I mean, I would feel more assured by that if it was a formalized, to your point, package plan. And let's do that on every one of these going forward, instead of, wait until they get here on the dais. It's like, I feel like we've had this conversation, and it's like, let's make this part. I mean, if the state's going to force us to do some of these things that aren't palatable because they're not helping us choose good locations, quite honestly, we have some good locations in our county and that are actually zoned for multifamily and have road capacity and, are really good locations, but that's not where these are happening. And that's the part that's causing us angst. So, and I know you said this one's zoned, but the circulation is not there yet. So,
And I will commit, I'm in the process of trying to get my housing and economic development programs restaffed, working with HR on that. As soon as I get that staffing, we'll make this preference program on priority.
Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, and one of the things Brian talked about is traffic, because I drive that road every day, coming to work here. And that road, traffic is backed up clear to Zandanella. I don't know if anybody's been on Pleasant Valley Road and know how the impact is. The problem is people getting out. Like you say, if we have a wildfire or something like that, people getting out of that area, it's going to be really hard. And one of the things that's going to impact more, especially the traffic level that's in Diamond Springs. Now, one of the things that I've been addressing with the governor's office and our state, our assembly, and our senator, one of the issues is walkable zones, because it says SB 35 projects are supposed to be in walkable zones. Well, where's walkable zones? Urban areas. That's where they should be put in. Not in rural areas, urban areas. So they're trying right now to look at the verbiage, to change that verbiage, to help us, to help our counties, especially dealing with the problems that we have. Another thing I want to ask, arena numbers. We're looking at arena numbers. What about Grizzly Flats? The Title 25 homes are going to be, can we apply them to our arena numbers? They're low income. There's people that lost everything they had, and there's mostly 40% of those people are seniors. So is it possible that we could use that to help impact our arena numbers that we need to look into? So anyway, there's a lot of issues with this, especially when it comes to traffic. Traffic's impacted bad in this particular area, also in the town of El Dorado. I mean, I used to go to work, had my place in El Dorado, and I had to go around because I couldn't get to work on time. And it's because of the school and all. And now we've got more housing that's going to be impacted on Pleasant Valley, and it's already at F. You know, the study is F. So what are we going to do to fix it? And we can't get any response from the state because that's Highway 49. So there's a lot of issues that I have. So that's all I have to say.
Ms. Gardner.
Sure. To kind of address traffic on a more of a global big picture, you know, I acknowledge and agree with everything you've said. I think, you know, if we knew back when we did the general plan what we know now, we probably would have done things differently as far as where we zoned for high density housing. You know, back when our general plan and zoning of property, we really, even though fire safety was on our minds, it probably wasn't to the extent that it is now, given, you know, everything this county has been through. You know, I guess I can offer hope in that if we do take a stab at the general plan, that is going to be something we consider and look at. And that is what the general plan is for, to really plan our land use based on all these other factors like fire safety. But for now, you know, we have what we have. And as was mentioned, this particular piece of property has the land use, the zoning that is necessary, and is even on our RENA list as a property for exactly this type of development. Regarding Grizzly Flats, that is something, I have a staff person reaching out directly to HCD to see if we can indeed count some of those Title 25 units and what it would take to be able to do that. So I hope to have an answer to that question here in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you for that, Karen. I appreciate it.
Other comments at this time?
Okay.
Supervisor Ferrero.
I think that, I mean, we need to focus on what's in front of us here in this item. And your points are absolutely valid regarding the traffic issues up there. But that's not, the project's approved, right? As I understand it. We're talking about financing. I thought this was gonna be a 10-minute discussion. I thought it'd be a no-brainer. My question was originally is, why are we even involved? Why are we even obligated to hear this? It's shit that the state wants to finance it, let them finance it. So I'm gonna vote on it. I'm not making the motion, but I'll support this item, respecting what you guys pointed out.
Supervisor Veerkamp.
Yeah, Supervisor Farrar, I
Ferraro,
fully,
No, Veerkamp.
yep.
No,
yep.
I hear that by mistake.
Yeah, I
sorry.
fully respect that, but you haven't been in the meetings with the residents that live out there. So that's our dilemma. If there's a way to put this off till we can get the parkway done, which has been a 30-year project, I'm looking for that because I do know the benefits. Again, like I said, I'm on the documents that prove things as they went back. But what I won't do is sacrifice the public safety, which is an element of our general plan, speaks loud and clear to public safety, and to disregard it for what I know, I think this county knows, is a potential risk over there. We just came out of closed session where we pay out more risk money for things that we admit we know. This is another one. And again, it's not against the project. It's not against the housing. The improvements that were made for phase one were on two roads that lead to the bad roads, Highway 49. And the state of California is putting us in this position. So if it sends a message, it sends a message. If it doesn't, then we'll deal with that. But this, from me, as the representative of those people over there, I can't help further this project till I have some road capacity to deal with the traffic. And that's not just even the residents, but it's our truck traffic and everything else, the businesses over there, because it is literally a nightmare.
Well, I'm going to take this from a different angle. And that is, we talk about evacuation routes quite a bit up in the basin as well. Very limited. We have 4 ways in, 4 ways out, depending on which direction a potential wildfire is coming from. And then you add to that the fact that we could have anywhere on a given day 100,000 tourists that are visiting us. So evacuations is a real thing, and we know it because we've lived through it. But it's not an excuse to not do anything in the meantime until that problem gets resolved, because there's a lot of things that go into evacuation routes that are in addition to road capacity, and that is early notification, not waiting until a fire is bearing down on everyone to try to get everybody out. So there's a lot of different things that implicate evacuations, and it is not a short-term fix. And I would not want to hold up projects using that as an excuse. I agree with Supervisor Ferrero. What's before us is a financing tool the developer is wanting to use that allows them to get up to $12 million in tax exempt bonds. When we talk about affordable housing, and I've said it so many times, and so many of you in the room know this, and that is you have to help to keep the costs down if you're going to even attempt to keep it affordable. So this is a tool that will allow him to build critically needed housing, and I'm 100% for it. And I've probably approved as many affordable housing projects up in the basin as we've denied here in my short 3 years. So this really is something critical that I think this board needs to get straight. We like to kind of blame the state of California, and it's an easy blame, but you know, we play the game kind of. We put his project on our RENA report and we say, this is how we're meeting our RENA numbers, so that, to get the state to back down a little bit. Then when the project comes to fruition, we say, nah, we don't want to build it. So, you know, we can't have our cake and eat it too here. So I know that my position is not a surprise to any of you, but I do feel that in this particular case, the project has been approved, it's correctly zoned. This is a financing tool that will allow the developer to keep the costs down. And if we could implement your idea of giving locals advantages to getting that housing, you know, I'm all for that as well. So enough of the speech. Are there any other questions, clarifications?
Yeah, I'm going to ask one. The Diamond Springs Parkway is in the works right now. We know that. My mic's on. We know it's in the works. Is it going to be done by this year, this summer? It's
No.
supposed to, right?
No.
Who's that?
Oh, it's someone in the audience.
Oh, okay. Don't do that, you guys. I'm asking staff. Does anybody know? Because I'm guessing it's going to be done this year. And if that's the case, if this financing were done, when would this apartment complex be started to be built?
So I just reached out to Raphael. I'm not sure if he's online, but
Okay.
it sounds like this fall is where they're expecting
That's what I'm
completion of the Diamond Springs
thinking.
Parkway.
And so I'm asking for a timing issue, honestly, to see if, you know, if we approve this, that we, again, no shovels in the ground until that parkway's done, because you know, that would potentially address that is one of the reasons that parkway, which I've never supported that project either, but anyway, it's going in. So
And then to me, that makes perfect sense,
Mhm.
except for DOT has not given us the updated numbers with Mercy Housing's project and with the other project that Sergey has on Koki Lane. So there's an additional hundreds of car trips that have not been figured into level service F in multiple intersections down Pleasant Valley Road. With the
Right.
addition of the parkway, which the parkway, remember this though, was envisioned 30 years ago because of the traffic from South County.
Yeah.
So that's the problem. And believe me, I've again approved these projects. I have no problem with the project. We need them. But again, I can't jeopardize public safety until we have things in place, because we'll be the ones paying the price.
Well, and I agree with that. I mean, we talk about that all the time, making sure infrastructure's there first. So
And you
that's
don't
in
do
the
it.
general plan. Actually, that's the promise of the general plan. So I don't know if we can condition this so that, approve it until that's completed, no shovels in the ground until the Diamond Springs Parkway is completed.
Madam CAO, did you want to add some information?
Oh, I just wanted to let you know that our DOT Director, Raphael, is online now if you have any questions for him about the Parkway project.
Has he been listening?
No, what did I miss?
Is there a way to, oh, there he is. Mr. Martinez, can you hear us?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation. What did I miss?
What did I miss? Oh, dear. Really? Supervisor Parlin, do you want to ask this question of Mr. Martinez?
Sure. So we're talking about the Diamond Springs Village Phase 2 over off of Black Rice Road. And we were talking about, road capacity, evacuation concerns, and then it was mentioned that the Diamond Springs Parkway is in the works, and we're assuming, which we shouldn't do, which is why we have you online, is it going to be completed this fall?
Yes. Diamond Springs Parkway is.
We're having a hard time hearing you, Raphael, for some
Oh,
reason.
I apologize. Is this better?
A little bit, even if you could project a little better. For
Oh, I could
road.
definitely do that. Yes, it is projected to be completed this fall.
Okay. Like people will be driving on it this fall?
Yes, this fall, driving on it this fall.
And then I think Supervisor Parlin, your other question is, how does that marry up with getting the bond financing and actually starting the project? So can we have somebody speak to those two items? How long does it take to get the bond financing in place? And then how does that articulate to when you would start the project? And I guess it would even anticipate when you would be finishing it.
So the restriction that we have, as soon as we get financing, we have 6 months to start building the project. And that deadline is June 8th. We have to start building, or it's called earth disturbance, so grading. Or the project is going to be built in 20 months. So it's once it starts from start to completion. So the parkway will be, if it's going to be done this year, then the project is going to be built for another year or so.
Okay.
Yeah. What's the other question that we had?
That was it. Yeah,
Okay.
you answered it, timing. And then you've applied for tax exempt bonds before. You have to be doing something within 6 months. How long does it take to get approved?
It took me 10 years, it's going to be this May, to build the phase 1. It's extremely difficult to obtain any money. And if we don't use that money if we don't start construction by June 8th, we're going to lose that bond.
Oh,
4% tax credits are going to be lost. So it's very, time restrictive. We're submitting application to get permits that need to be approved. All the funding with HCD and 4% tax credit need to be approved. And we need to start by June 8th.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
On phase 2,
On phase 2, yes, that's correct. But it took me 10 years to complete the full package of financing for phase 1 and build it.
I thought you said you had 6 months from the time.
But from time this tax credits, 4% tax credits bond was approved, I need to start building it. So it was approved on December 10th, and I have 6 months to start construction.
Okay.
So let me just see if maybe I can help you clarify, because it's a little confusing for me too. So it sounds like you got bond financing for phase 1, and did you?
So phase 1 was solely from HCD funds.
Okay.
We had multiple. We had MHP, CDBG, IIG, PLHA, and we got accelerators. So there was 5 stacks of different funding for the phase one, and it was solely from HCD. With this project, we have HCD money and we have 4% tax credits bonds.
Oh, it's a different pot of money that you need to start by June 8th.
Absolutely.
I got
Not
it.
this one.
Not
Okay,
this
that's what I
one.
was
That's what I was
okay.
confused too. Okay, we got it.
The county did assist all the way to get you there. I know you and I had discussions.
Phase
about-
one?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah. We worked together to get there. Yep.
All right, thank you. Other questions of, are you with the developer?
I'm with the CMFA, the bond issuer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
so my name is Jared Suzuki with the California Municipal Finance Authority. Just to be clear, the item before you is for the $12 million of tax exempt bonds for phase two.
Right.
Yeah.
Which if not close on the financing by June 8th, then we risk the
Losing.
loss of the financing.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, thank you for
I
that.
got a question for him. How long does it take the developer to have to repay them bonds?
So if it doesn't close, then, so the 12 million is bond allocation.
Right.
From CIDLAC, the State Agency California Debt Limit Allocation Committee. So they were awarded a certain amount of allocation. They haven't gotten the actual dollars yet.
But once they do, let's
Once
say
they
they
gotta
use
do,
the
how
whole
long-
12
yeah.
million, the question is how long do they have to pay that back?
The construction loan is anywhere a couple of years until they convert to permanent
Right.
financing.
Right.
If the transaction proceeds to closing.
Home.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. That's all. I want a clarification.
Yeah,
That's
it's a good
all.
question. Thank you for being here.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here as well.
Any other questions of my colleagues? Or I'd entertain a motion? And I would be more than happy to move this item as presented by staff. There's a motion. Is there a second? Seeing no second, that'll fail for lack of a second. Not at this time. We just we have to keep going. But thank you. What is it? What's the pleasure of the board?
I'm thinking.
We don't have time for that.
I know, right? This is our last item today of the
Yes,
day,
it
right?
is.
Okay. Well, timing wise, okay, so Diamond Springs Parkway is going to be completed this fall. That's going to happen. They're so far along. They've already started it. So then this is the financing, got to get permits. Honestly, nothing's going to be actually built
Right.
soon.
Right.
So the parkway will be completed before we'll see apartments and buildings or people in them using the roads. That's a reality that we can acknowledge. And then I just don't know how to feel assured about the priority for our local residents. I don't know how to get that in there. Is there a way to do that?
Ms. Gardner, do you have any thoughts on that?
I said, I'm happy to commit because it's high on our list. We, in fact, just were talking about it last week. Again, that program, and it's just a matter of staffing right now, which I'm hoping to get that, be able to recruit for the staffing that I need in the next few months. So once I have that staffing on board, I'm happy to work on bringing a program forward. So certainly by summer, we should have something, and which would be well before. I did the math based on what Sergey said, and it sounds like February 2028 would be about the time the apartments would be ready for occupancy.
And I guess that's my question is like, can we?
I think you could put that in your motion that,
Add that
we
in there.
want priority, we want a mechanism for prioritizing local residents.
Just put some direction in there to include that?
Yeah, I think
County
it would
Council?
be at most direction because I think it is,
Direction.
I'm not sure that you could somehow condition your approval of the bond financing on
To that happening.
that happening,
Yep.
correct?
Yeah,
Yep.
because that's not what it's about. It's just about the
Yeah.
bond financing.
Correct.
Right, with some direction though, because again, a building's not going to be built and occupied. So there is time to, I just want to make sure that we can apply something, after with direction. So
So maybe we would make a motion to approve the bond financing as presented, and we make a second motion that's separate from that to give direction, or the staff can just accept the direction, but it's however you feel you want to do it with regards to local prioritization.
would that be smart to do it in two separate things then, you think, or
I
with
think
it?
that makes sense, sure.
Okay. All right, so then I'll make a motion that we approve the financing.
Period.
Period.
I'll second that.
I know, I'm like, I wanted to say more and it's
I
like,
know. I'm
don't
not-
say more.
Period. Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No, and it's strictly about the traffic conditions over there.
Yeah.
Please understand and respect that.
It's not
for those
about the
residents.
housing.
Hold
issue.
on a second, please. Can the clerk of the board please give the vote?
She got 3-2.
Motion approved 3-2 with Supervisor Bierkamp and Turnbull registering no votes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
And then we'll make another motion with direction to staff to create their local resident prioritization application process for affordable housing projects, including this one, for now and the future. How's that?
I'll second that as well.
Does that work, CAO?
Well, I think you mentioned a timeline, and how about if we report back within 6 months on the progress of that program?
Oh, yeah, that should fit, because again, a building won't be built, so I got to keep remembering that. Okay, within 6 months, we'll add that direction.
And not only that, who knows what the changes are going to be by the state, because there is some verbiage that's going to be changed into this SB 35 project, so.
So it'd be good to have this regardless.
Yeah.
So, Madam Scharfenberg, do you think you have that motion?
Give direction to staff to create local resident Give direction to staff to create prioritization for local
Yeah.
residents, and then
And report back to the board within 6 months.
okay, and report back to the board within 6 months.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any further?
What's local? Is it county?
County.
County.
Yeah.
Should
County, you want to
we
say
put-
just change
should
it
we
to
put
county residents? That's fair.
I've had that same concern.
Yeah, that's
with
fair.
other things.
Because we want it in Tahoe, we want the whole county to feel that we get this prioritization. If we're going to do this, we say that that's what we want. So yeah, that's a good point, county.
Okay, any further clarification on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you. All right.
That was a lot of brain power, you guys.
Love it.
Be 10 minutes.
It was supposed to be, it was.
Item left in closed session. Which also reminds me that, do we need to report out from our previous meeting?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Earlier, the board did complete items 2 and 3, and there's no action to report out from either of those items.
Thank you,
And
perfect.
I'm
Do-
not expecting a report out from item number 1 either.
Okay, perfect. So given that, if we take no action on the closed session item, we can adjourn out of closed session, not have to come back out. Do you want to do our board member updates
Yeah,
now?
we should do them now.
Okay. Is anybody prepared to
Sure.
jump in?
I'll be quick.
Supervisor Ferrero?
All right, thank you. On the 4th of March, the VHR ad hoc hosted the West Slope VHR public meeting right here in this room, and had not a lot of dialogue, but we did a lot of listening.
Good.
It was very, there was no hostilities in the room, and definitely different opinions. And I think there was, we received a lot of information that we could take back and consider in our next ad hoc meeting. On the 5th, we attended the El Dorado County Transportation Committee meeting. And on Monday morning, I welcomed in and welcomed on behalf of the board to our new county employees.
Oh, good.
That's all I have.
Who's next? Who's ready?
I could go, Greg already alluded to it, transit, transportation, nothing major there. Meeting with planning and building yesterday, we talked about some things moving forward, so appreciate, oh, they're all gone. Appreciate that opportunity, and here we are today already.
Thank you. Supervisor Turnbull or Parlin?
Sure. I'll be working with Lauren Shoemaker out at Azra, Auburn State Rec Area Parks Manager or Ranger. She has a title, I can't remember what it is, but and her, Lauren, and then Executive Director Deloria. You guys have probably been hearing some complaints. Social media is going crazy about the confluence, and so we're gonna see if we can get Caltrans to work with us to make more improvements. It's just this ongoing, and I found out, I was told there was a single TikTok video, just one TikTok video created all that chaos out there. So that's the power of social media, good, bad, whatever. So, but anyway, it's an ongoing issue. We'll be working on it. I just want to do a shout out to Julianne Meltor for working with Carla Haas on promoting our employee blood drive. And really thank you to everyone that's able to participate. I do my best to get out there to our blood drives. You know, not everybody can donate. And so those of us that can do, and we do save lives. So I think it's a neat thing for the county employees to be able to do that and just appreciate everyone's participation. And I got a photo of myself donating this time so we can use it in some kind of a promo thing. It's not flattering though, maybe we won't. Anyway, we'll work on that. And then there was one other thing I thought I wanted you guys to know. Oh, yesterday we had a first 5 commission meeting. And, you know, the highlight that I love is that Dolly Parton's Imagination Library, the free book program. Our county is doing really great with participation. So we're at 37.5% of the 8,310 eligible children ages 0 to 5. And that number though, because, you know, every year a group of 5-year-olds will graduate out. So then we have to recruit more. And we're trying to, this year, the first 5 commission is going to try and focus on getting the newborns. This is year 0. We just don't have a lot of participation there, but reading, you know, well, actually during pregnancy is awesome, but yeah, getting more folks signed up. And I just want to acknowledge and thank because, while the Dolly Parton Imagination Library does do the free books, the jurisdiction is responsible for the postage. So we have 3 entities right now covering postage. So the first 5, El Dorado County Commission, Friends of the Library, so shout out to them. And then the Marcelo Foundation up in Tahoe is a huge supporter. So just thank you for those donations to support the program. I think it's really exciting and I'm glad that our county got signed up. That's it.
That's great. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to tell you, I attended the plenary meeting that we had, which was really good. Anyway, with the water agency and some of the things that would help our economic development in El Dorado County. So it went very, very well, and different ideas what we could bring forward, especially when we're talking about a lot of our, especially when it comes to all our farms and, you know, and agricultural, especially in our county. Also then, we attended, you know, Greg and I, the VHR. I thought it was really good. There was nobody yelling and screaming. It went really good. There was a lot of good input on it, you know, and we got a lot of information from the public. So it was really, really good. And then attended El Dorado Transit and El Dorado Transportation meeting. And that's all I have.
Yep.
Great.
Brooke, we do have a special LAFCO meeting Thursday, just remind everybody, because it's definitely out of the ordinary. 1 o'clock Thursday here.
1 o'clock.
Is it a special meeting?
Yeah, special meeting. Yeah, it should be coming out. Kathy said she was reaching out to get the agenda, so I think it has to do with
okay.
strategic planning.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, and then just thank you to the board for this morning on consent. You filled that vacancy on the mosquito fire board. Really appreciate that. I already sent a note to the chair and they just said, thank you so much. It was great.
There also was an announcement today on a new fire chief for El Dorado County Fire.
Yes.
So
Yes.
Which is good.
there's a press release out on it.
Yes, very well done.
The one item of interest that I want to share with all of you is that the Planning and Building Department up in The Basin is doing public outreach regarding the Tahoe El Dorado area plan. So we're well into that process. And in fact, we meet with the greater Myers community tomorrow night. Madam CAO, do you have anything for us?
Just a reminder that next week we don't have a meeting. We'll be back on March 24th. It's a pretty busy day, so bring your lunch and be ready for that. And lastly, just appreciate all the board's support. It's been an honor serving our county for this last 24 years, and I'm looking forward to continuing to do that and work with all of you. So thank you.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
again.
congratulations.
Congratulations.
For another 24
Yeah,
years.
I stand corrected. The LAFCO meeting is not a public meeting. It's strictly for the ad hoc committee.
Ad hoc
Yeah,
committee,
so.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. And
you
thank,
shouldn't show up.
and also congratulations to Chair Lane and others that are running unopposed
Oh.
in this next election. So great job.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gotta feel good.
That's a little bit of weight off the shoulders, for
Yeah.
sure. Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and move into closed session. Do you want to announce anything, or are we good? You kind of did, yeah. We're okay? All right, let's go back into closed session.